Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, TechMunch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
is a glass with water in it. I see it as a glass half full, and I'm sure that there's no one amongst here who sees this glass as half empty. You're all leaders. You're all leaders. I have to share this with you. This was the change that was waiting to happen. This is the change that was meant to be. This is the change that will heal the world and make it a better place for you and for me and for the entire universe. Yeah, mankind has been through a lot. The prehistoric ages, the Stone Ages, ancient historic age, the post-classical historic age, the Middle Ages, the Industrial Age, the Modern Age, the Information Age, and now we must thank COVID-19 virus for propelling us into the digital age, an age in which mankind will reset to live better, to work better, and to sustain our planet of current residence better. Human civilization is passing through an era of great transformation, and this is the transformation that is going to propel us into a futuristic future. Let's get to work, leaders. You and we are the architects of this great transformation. Change, bring it on. Hello everyone, I am Geetika Gajudhar and I'm charged, and I welcome you all to day 2 of the 4th edition of TechManch 2020, India's biggest digital marketing conference. I must tell you, yesterday we had a great time. We had insightful sessions with different experts and leaders on various digital marketing topics, including the future of marketing post the pandemic and its reliability and effectiveness while we are within it. We will now take this forward later in the evening with the 11th edition of the IDMA, the Indian Digital Marketing Awards 2020. Now, today is the second day of the conference, and we have a huge lineup of speakers, sessions, and great interactions with digital marketing thought leaders. TechManch, everybody watching, is presented by the Exchange for Media Group that was set up in the year 2000, and today is it's become like a one-stop shop, one-stop information platform for the entire industry. News, views, analytical information, in-depth analysis of events or trend forecasting, and the heartening part for the team at Exchange for Media is that our publications and online platforms all have a loyal following. Take a look.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the market landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, TechManch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Everybody, e-Techmanch presented by the Exchange for Media Group. All right, look at the times we're living in. 4 billion people around the world are in some form of lockdown or the other due to the coronavirus pandemic. This outbreak is a twin threat to the lives and livelihoods both. Governments worldwide have already allocated more than $13 trillion to stabilize economies in free fall and to restart growth. Organizations and leaders too need to rethink existing operating models, market position, industry structures, products and services, and organization-wide transformation. Businesses need to stay relevant in this new realm post-COVID-19 era. Now, we at TechMunch, we're doing just that. TechMunch focuses on leapfrogging the digital marketing industry through small but defined steps with the presence of a slew of top-ranking global influencers, panels of luminaries, and knowledge workshops by experts. TechMunch promises to give you an unmatched perspective into the world of digital marketing. Let's begin. I'd now like to request on the forum, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor and Chief BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to please deliver the welcome address. Dr. Batra, over to you. But before that, all of you watching us, don't forget to make us part out there in the social media space using the hashtag TechMunch. Dr. Anurag Batra, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Gitika. Good afternoon. It's the second day of the TechMunch. First of all, congratulations to you, Gitika, for being the leader in your space and doing whatever you do with content in Milan. So leaders do what they do because they practice discipline, they practice their craft, and more importantly, they always come out of their comfort zone. So thank you, Gitika, for hosting this. It adds to the content of the show. This is the second day of the TechMunch. Today in the evening at 6:15, we'll have the Indian Digital Marketing Awards. This year we got about 500 plus entries. We had a power pack jury, and it is really a power pack jury. 20 MDs and CEOs, 20 plus MDs, CEOs. So we have more than 75 winners today. Since yesterday, you heard the leaders from the domain, from the Indian marketing domain, advertising media domain. Today also we have an exciting lineup for you. We have a keynote from a gentleman who we all are looking forward to listen to. He's somebody who just doesn't preach digital, but has used digital to build the client business. This leader is Laurent Ezekiel. He Chief Marketing and Growth Officer of WPP. We look forward to the session. Then we have a session, a CMO session. The CMOs are at the heart of what we do. Mr. Kakkad, Dylan Gandhi, Moksha Chopra, Nidhi Hola, Ruchir Jetli, Siddharth Butalia, and it's moderated by Vivek Bhargav. Then we have another thought leader who's a global thought leader in Raja Raj Manyar, who's the CMO and President Healthcare for MasterCard. So really, we've lined up global and Indian leaders. My takeaway from yesterday is that digital will grow faster than it has and faster than we can think. And e-commerce will grow even faster. If you're not a D2C, a digital to consumer brand or a direct to consumer brand, if you are not fully digitally enabled across your value chain, then you will always be under leveraged. That's my takeaway from yesterday. I'm looking forward to the good work that the brands and agencies have done over the last 1 year, and especially even in the lockdown domain, to be showcased today and the winners to be showcased today. So I look forward to congratulating the winners tonight. And please do join in large numbers to celebrate. There's something to cheer for, and I look forward to the sessions today. I'm a student of marketing, advertising, media, so I'll be keenly watching. Thank you. Back to you, Geetika.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for those words, and always leaving us with some small little vision for the future. Thank you very much for your presence. Taking this day forward now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all remember, or at least some of you would remember, the 1966 World Cup marked a low point for Brazilian soccer. Although the winner of the previous two tournaments, the team was eliminated in the first round and its star player Pelé had failed to perform. He was fouled frequently and mercilessly, and he threatened to never return to World Cup. Now, many wondered if Brazil's glory days were over. 4 years later, however, Brazil won again with such grace and such style that the 1970 team is not only widely regarded as the best team ever to take the pitch, but also as the most beautiful. And Pelé was named the player of the tournament. From thinking about the new normal to making it work, what to stop, what to start, what to accelerate, making this turnaround, it must have required them innovation. In particular, the creation of a unique attacking style of soccer. It required building a cohesive team even as most of the roster changed. And it required leadership, both in management, on and off the field. The result, by reimagining everything, Brazil came back stronger. The pandemic is challenging human resilience and has had far-reaching disruptive impact on our race. But we will be named players of this tournament, and we will be named champions of this duel and of our future. Let's begin with our first keynote session of the day. Talking about the future of marketing by Lauren Ezekiel, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, WPP. Now, he helps the brands to build a bridge to the future. He transforms agencies through winning global new business and driving client growth, making him one of the industry's most recognized and influential leaders, truly. Before joining WPP, Lauren held the twin role of President of Digitas, North America and International Plus Group Client Leader for GSK. Now, during his 16 years at Digitas, Laurent helped build the business into an award-winning global marketing and technology agency. What a man to begin this day with. Please, let's all, wherever we are, put our hands together for Lauren Ezekiel with the first keynote session of the day at Day 2 TechManch.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the welcome. Much appreciated. Geetika, I can't promise such great anecdotes, but can you hear me clearly? Okay, very good. I'm going to share my screen in that case. And so thank you very much, Geetika. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate you inviting me. Actually, my last trip before the lockdown was to Mumbai. I landed back in London on March the 5th. So maybe my first trip after lockdown will be back to India. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the future of marketing. And I'm going to try and get this done in about 20-25 minutes. So hopefully there's a little bit of time for questions. Interrupt me if at any point the audio goes a bit funny. I know how these things work. But this is very much sort of a perspective on the future of marketing. And we're going to start with a video. Hopefully that will play properly. So we'll hit play on that now.
Allison, can you explain what internet is?
You have a degree.
Sure. Here it is.
I'll take it. Please send it out to me. Here's my credit card.
Today, there are more than 5,000 computers. We're going to put a computer on every desk in every home.
We're trying to make something that people love. Someday, it's tasty restaurant.
The lunar age has begun.
What if you could type directly from your brain? It sounds impossible, but it's closer than you may realize.
Retail will change more in the next 5 years than it has in the last 50.
It also has an incredibly small haptic engine. You're going to swallow a pill and ingest information.
So the future is now, and this is the point. And imagine utility, experience, all those things were not part of the marketing nomenclature a few years ago. As Gitika said, it's an incredible time to be in the industry, and frankly, an incredibly exciting time to be CMO. And the way the world is working is completely changing, if there was any doubt. I mean, imagine any of those things in that film just a handful of years ago. Ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft only launched 10 years ago. Amazon, Alexa, and voice-activated services just 5 years ago. And we cannot imagine a world without those technologies. Now, this year alone, $1 billion is invested into flying car companies, and there are 25 different flying car companies at different stages of progress and innovation around the world. And the valuations of these companies are only going one way. This is actually a few months old as a valuation, but at $5 trillion, you know, Facebook, Google, Amazon, Alibaba, Tencent, these valuations over the next 10 years are predicted to go from 5 to 50 trillion. So the rate of pace, as Gitika said, is only going to increase. And in fact, by 2025, 40% of the Fortune 500 will be new digital entrants. So not just new companies in the Fortune 500, new technology-driven, new digital entrants, which is an incredible pace of change in that respect. And what's fascinating about APAC is that it's home to about 50% of the world's fastest growing companies at the moment. And, you know, even if you think about India, just India alone, you've got some of their most valuable unicorns, Paytm, Oyo Rooms, for example, and BJU in terms of education tech. So really some valuable and high growth companies, which is exciting. And I think one of the points about the future of marketing is the constant need for change, the constant need to break into new categories. And even the companies with these high valuations, if you take the FANGs just for a minute, well-known term, they've managed to diversify very well. They've had to go into new areas. Finance has been something that Facebook has focused on very much. In terms of Amazon, they've been pivoting towards health increasingly. Google and of course Waymo in terms of transportation, and even Apple in terms of acquisitions around home security with Lighthouse. And so these companies are really pushing themselves, pushing into new categories, and even brands that a bit more in a less high growth space, a more traditional space, are doing so. And some of you will know these brands, some of you may not, but Equinox is a US based health and wellness company that has gyms. West Ham is a home furnishing company, and LVMH, you will all know. They don't have a lot in common, but what they have done is they've pivoted to the hotel and hospitality industry. And this is not a new thing. They've been doing this for a number of years. Of course, Equinox hotels have got Equinox products and gyms, the same for West Elm, and LVMH, in fact, have got a multitude of properties which they manage to LVMH standards around the world. So really interesting pivot in that respect. And I think this is the way we must all be thinking. And I looked for some examples in India. You'll all know, of course, this one. You'll all know Reliance Jio, the biggest telco in India. But it wasn't born that way. It was born in industry, in petroleum, but it now operates across business in energy, textile, natural resource, retail, and of course, telecommunications. So really a good job in that respect. And after launching their mobile service, they quickly became the biggest telco in India. Innovative, focus and approach that's recently landed big investments from some of the companies I've mentioned. Facebook, 5.7 billion for a 10%, just under a 10% stake. Google investing 4.5 billion for a 7% stake. So we must future-proof our clients. Those on the line from agencies, those on the line at brands, future-proof yourselves, future-proof our clients. It's something that is so exciting about the agency landscape at the moment, is our ability to be able to work with our clients to do that. And I think that one of the things to think about is that the old terminology, categories have changed. Just like those brands, the FANGs have pivoted, so have the categorization. And this is something that we think about a lot at WPP. You know, telco has evolved, retail, travel, healthcare, and of course, automotive. And we need to be thinking more broadly. You know, telco becomes media, of course. I don't need to tell you about the fragmentation of that space in terms of content, in terms of access. Retail becomes commerce, accelerated tenfold through the pandemic. Travel becomes more around hospitality and travel. Healthcare, very, very much into the wellness space. And automotive around mobility. We're working with mobility companies to put content in cars. So it really is very broad when it comes to these new categories. And that's, I think, an important mindset to be had. Think about Uber during the pandemic. They did a fantastic job of pivoting from rides to eats. The rides business virtually shut down. The eats business accelerated at a pace I don't think anyone could have imagined, but a fantastic example of a company doing a great job in terms of pivoting what they need to be doing during a pandemic. And so mobility becomes bigger than that. It becomes about the future of brands in motion. And I've put some of the brands in here that are doing a good job. You know, the future of an all-electric economy, for example, will see manufacturers like Ate Energy, Lotia Auto, 22 Motors, and electric scooters, you know, BYD Electrica, for example, in terms of electric buses. So very important that we think more broadly in that respect. And the same goes for commerce. You know, when we speak about commerce, we speak about the future of a cashless society. I think we've still got a bit of a way to go there. But the adoption of a cashless society is a huge topic around the world, but it's an even bigger topic in APAC and India in particular. And I'm sure you'll hear more about that later from Raja, who does a great job at talking about that. But we're shifting away from cash into cashless, for sure. There's no question about that. And it is a big topic. And you've got some great leaders in India, Paytm, PhonePe, of course, and WhatsApp and Google Pay, looking to branch out increasingly in this space around the world. But not just them, not just them. Retailers such as Amazon and Walmart are also joining this space. And I'm going to play a video now from Suresh Balaji. Suresh Balaji is the head of marketing for HSBC across Asia Pacific. And you can listen to him a little bit about the impact of new technology on brands and his brand today.
My name is Suresh Balaji. I work at HSBC. I'm the regional head of marketing for Asia. Back in the day, financial services used to be all about products. It was build and they would come. Here's a personal loan, put it on the shelf and somebody would pick it up. But now we are starting to think about it as an end-to-end experience. And it's moving from just understanding your customers with a clipboard and a pen to hoovering data to understand them better so that we can be in the moment with them, trying to solve things for them, and finally supported and the transformation supported by all the changes in technology that's available for us. Everything from 5G, advent of 5G, to IoT, which is becoming real now, and wearables, and the ability for us to use all of that to solve for our customers is the way we are transforming. And all of that needs imagination, and all of that needs applied creativity.
So that's great to hear from him. I'm going to play you three examples now against three trends. And one is that brands are spending differently. You know this, but it's interesting to see some examples of the work. And the case I'm going to show now was actually created for Wendy's. And the question is, where should Wendy's be spending? What should they be doing? And how do they paint creativity on a new canvas? This was done by VML Y&R in the US. Take a look.
Talk Fortnite, shall we? It's the newest video game craze, spreading fast among kids, college kids, even celebrities.
Fortnite has taken over the gaming world, becoming the most streamed game on Twitch ever. So when Fortnite announced a new event called Food Fight between Team Pizza and Team Burger, Wendy's saw an organic way-in. We found out Team Burger stored their beef in freezers. And Wendy's doesn't do frozen beef. So we got on Twitch, chose a character with red hair and pigtails, dropped into the game, and instead of killing other players, we started destroying burger freezers. Again and again and again for 9 hours straight. We also declared our mission on Twitter, sending hundreds of thousands of gamers to Twitch to watch us play. And soon other players stopped killing each other and started killing burger freezers with us.
Wendy's, dude, let's go!
Top Twitch streamers took notice.
I saw Wendy's stream over here. Oh, you smacking the burger freezers? This shit's lit. This kind of stuff keeps the game fresh.
News outlets were talking about it. Even Twitch posted a highlight reel of Wendy's best freezer kills. But most importantly, the game developers removed the freezers from every burger restaurant, meaning Wendy's had rid Fortnite of frozen beef forever.
So well done to VMO and well done to Wendy's award-winning campaign there that they put out last year. The second trend, and there's just this one and one more, is that platforms are really driving transformation. And I want to play you an example from Mindshare in India, actually for Unilever, Lifebuoy. And I'm just going to hit play and you can see what they did.
Mortality rate is 13% higher than the global average. Half of these deaths are caused by preventable diseases like diarrhea and pneumonia and occur in rural areas. Indians primarily eat and feed their children with their hands, not cutlery. Hand washing with a soap is the single most cost-effective intervention to prevent child deaths. Lifebuoy, India's #1 soap brand, wanted to reach these people to change hand washing behavior and reduce the incidence of illness and death. Introducing Lifebuoy's infection alert system, our solution was to create a data-led infection alert system to help Lifebuoy proactively educate consumers when they are most vulnerable to fatal diseases, and activated through mobile, which has the highest reach in rural. Fueled with Government of India, data collected from 34,000 rural community health centers across 822 villages and sub-districts, the proprietary algorithm simplified big data to help understand the intensity, magnitude, and trends of each of 21 communicable diseases at a weekly level. Modeling historical data on these diseases, we derived a predictive incidence rate. When an outbreak was predicted, we activated an automatic calling system that made, on an average, 8 million calls every week, alerting rural consumers contextually on the prevalent disease in their village and educating them on the importance of hand washing with soap as a preventive measure. Lifebuoy reached promising business results. Uttar Pradesh and Bihar saw a drop of 178,000 cases of the deadliest diseases during the campaign period. The infection alert system has now been extended to 6 additional states. One step towards healthy India. Lifebuoy.
Very good. So one more. I think we're running to time. About 10 more minutes. So get ready with questions if you have any. I think we'll have some time for those. So the final example I want to play you is actually for MAC Cosmetics, done by Ogilvy in China. And this is around the point that there's no such thing as a global brand anymore. Brands must be global and local. And innovation happens locally as well as globally. And I think that's a very important point. Culture happens locally. So take a look at what MAC did in China alongside Ogilvy.
First time in history, Chinese shoppers buy more frequently on mobile than they do in traditional stores. In fact, 24% of consumers now say they shop less often at physical stores. Traditional retailers in China are all asking themselves the same question: what is the role of the physical store today? In the age of Gen Z consumers and increased competition from influencer-driven digitally native brands, it was time to rethink the entire physical customer experience. Welcome to the age of new retail, combining online interactions with traditional retail experiences. Mac's Experience Center in Shanghai is pure new retail. After 6 months of development, Mac's new forward-thinking store integrates both online and offline brand experiences into a single customer journey. It blends product discovery, social engagement, and purchase into an immersive brand universe. Through intensive development of interaction design and technical innovation, touchscreens and mobile interfaces create interactive engagements with physical products. These were tailored to 3 hottest product categories: lipstick, eyeshadow, and foundation. From the moment you step into the new Mac Experience store, you're invited to scan for a WeChat check-in, instantly displaying a personalized greeting. It's just the start of an integrated O2O experience where the Mac WeChat mini program becomes your passport to everything the brand has to offer. Within the first month, Mac's new retail experience performed beyond all expectations. Store traffic and sales increased 400% versus a traditional Mac outlet. With Mac, we reinvented the physical retail experience for beauty lovers, opening up new ways for brands to interact with customers offline and helping Mac lovers go beyond digital to truly feel the color.
I think this is a great example of using physical for experience and driving back to digital. So, and I've seen that store, really fantastic. So I want to pivot a little bit now, the conversation into talent, which is *1 topic for us across WPP for the industry. It's a huge topic. I think it's very important. And I think that, scale is important. When you use scale to drive innovation, that's even more interesting. And I think to deliver on some of these future challenges, talent and expertise needs an absolute unique focus on the future and modernizing. We need to modernize our talent. And we're very focused across WPP at developing innovation with some of our partners, using our scale to best effect, using our scale to train our people the best that we can. And it's a very important point for us. And if you think about the landscape of talent and how it's evolved, what was important and what still is important, account strategists, creatives, these is traditionally where the industry began. But as we evolve, a plethora of new skills, as you all well know, some of you, data analysts, experienced designers, creative technologists, discovery and innovation. I won't go through all of these, but even nuances on data roles, so data analysts and data scientists. And then blown out even more in recent years, as some of the innovations that I've shown today come to life. Interventionists, avatar development, even down to sim developers. These things are increasingly important. So you can see how the sort of talent landscape has evolved, frankly grown. And I think, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, there's never been a more exciting time. And this is one of the reasons there's never been a more exciting time. More inclusive industry that takes on broader sets of talent that can all play and all will play a very important role. And I think that's a very exciting prospect, actually. And we're very focused on that in India, I might add. When I was there, we spent a lot of time talking about it. But rather than hearing from me, I'm going to play you one last video. This is from Srini. Hopefully he's watching. Srini's our country manager in India, does a fantastic job at leading WPP across India. They've just moved into a new campus at the beginning of the year, which we spent some time in. So hear from Srini and what he's doing in India on the subject of talent.
I'm Srinivasan. I'm the country manager of WPP India. Some of the new roles that we're hiring for that didn't exist previously are analytics experts, folks who can help us manage our talent, especially the younger talent. We have a chief culture officer at WPP India today to ensure that people are enthusiastic and motivated to come to office every day. Some of the other areas we're looking at are in e-commerce and coders as well. Really walk into any of our opcos, you see a lot of people sitting and coding, and could have imagined this some years ago. Creative teams were largely made up of art directors and copywriters, but the advent of technology and data into creativity and into advertising, I think that's led to a big shift. Today, you need to have creative folks who understand different technologies, different platforms, where
think if you have to be in the creative department of an agency, you really need to be on top of the overall content game and not just the advertising piece. The roles that we'll be looking to fill into the future include people who have a very inquisitive mind, who are extremely collaborative, not just adapt to change, but people who can actually lead change, who can help stitch all of the different services we have together, can actually really join the dots and provide a holistic solution to clients.
Thank you, Srini. Thank you, Srini. I'm going to conclude by saying that if there's one thing I want you to take out of today, is that it's an incredibly exciting time to be in the industry. We believe that at WPP. We believe that the best way to predict the future for us, for our clients, is to create it. And the best way to do that, as I said towards the end of my presentation, is through talent on all sides, agencies, clients, partners, and people that want to drive this industry forward. Thank you very much. We have time for questions. We've got about 5 or 6 minutes. Some miracle ended on time. So I'll hand it back to Gatika and we can take a few questions.
I'm right here with you. And, you know, the good thing about the COVID age is that most sessions start on time and finish on time. So it's not a miracle, it's the new normal.
It is, exactly. We managed to do it on time.
We have 2 questions. We have many questions for you actually, but I'm going to take 2. So we remain in time for the rest of the sessions too. The first one is, what is the secret when it comes for successfully transforming client businesses?
Yeah, that's a good question. I get that quite a lot. So I think the key to successful transformation is that the entire company goes along with that transformation. And in order for the whole company to go along with that transformation, you need a simple North Star, a simple set of principles across the company, and you need to push into not just technology. Technology will help, but culture. I think that's incredibly important. So my advice is always to because sometimes, you know, transformation documents can be long, elaborate, at times complicated and challenging. And I think it's really important to simplify the strategy for the whole company to be able to go along with it. That would be my sort of guiding principle on transformation. I would say that this is one of the reasons I believe that the CMO role, the Chief Marketing Officer role, has never been more challenging, but also never been more exciting. Because if there's an individual, she or he, that can take the company forward in a transformation, I think at the CMO level, there is a brilliant opportunity to do that. It connects so many different parts of the business. It connects so many different parts of the business with consumers, whether there's a B2B step in between that B2C step. So for me, it's a hugely exciting time and be well connected to boardrooms and exec committees around client organizations.
For me too, it's a very exciting time because in my little profession, in my little way, you just have a blank slate once again, and it's so exciting to be able to create in this whole new space and create a new future, so as to speak. We have another question for you, Lauren. Don't go away. So the question goes: COVID has had a massive impact on how clients go to market and where they focus their budgets. Now, given all this change, how should brands prioritize the opportunities and position themselves to succeed in whatever the future holds for them?
I think it's been, I think a lot of brands have had a significant inflection point over the last 5 or 6 months. And, you know, the conversations that we've had at WPP with our clients have varied. I won't name too many brands, but I think the topic of purpose has become so important over the last few months, and more so than ever. If I think about, just to use an example that I showed today, if I think about Unilever, you know, Unilever has purpose threaded through the organization, and it has done for a long, long time. So when it needs to step up and talk more about it, it's actually quite a natural thing to do, and they do it and did it incredibly well. I think we've had conversations with brands that have looked at this period. You asked about COVID-19, and they've sort of challenged the fact that they've challenged their purpose. They've challenged whether they had a strong enough purpose. Of course, every brand needs a purpose at the center of the organization. They've also started asking questions about what the future looks like, the medium-term future looks like. Will the purpose they have today be relevant tomorrow? So what has it done to brands? Some have slowed down and listened to their consumers in order to be more active after the pandemic. Some were very confident on the purpose they had and activated their plans even more during the pandemic. So I have to say, it's been very varied, but it has come back to, in almost every conversation, purpose. The one final point I'll make, and happy to take one more question, is that our relationship with our clients during the pandemic has strengthened. We have spent so much time speaking with them, helping them on production, advising them on a number of topics that we may not have been talking to them about before. And I think in that respect, it's really made us closer to the current clients, and long may that continue.
We kind of filtered out most of the questions, but I have a question that I want to ask you that is very relevant, I feel, and we'll make this really quick. So what we've seen in the last 6 months is that the pace at which humans have responded to this action, our reactions, the pace has been incredible. I mean, did you ever envision that we could have changed so much at such a fast pace in the last 6 months? We've seen that happen. How have we managed to pull this off across the world, across industries, across sectors, across governments, across nations?
The pace has been incredible. Look, I know I never assumed that we'd be able to do this. I think that some companies, some brands were a bit more ready than others to pivot to more commerce, more digital, and more direct to consumer. And I think that it's been really interesting to see that. But no, I think the pace has been incredible. I think what we saw at WPP was certainly on a personal level. I think it took a couple of weeks to really adapt. It was a shock to the system. I think we went into lockdown around about the 21st or 2nd of March in London, where I'm sitting now. And the first 2 weeks were tough. They were difficult. There was an adaptation period. But after that, I think we got into our stride. And, it will be a mixed way of working post-pandemic. There's no question about it. And I know that it's fascinating for WPP because the situation for us is very different across our markets. We operate in so many markets that it's not the same everywhere. But no, I never expected it, no.
Yeah, only a couple of weeks, you said that right there. And that's like a fantastic window of time for change. And for marketing, it's going to get very tough because mindsets across the world have changed. But then that's why we have all of you leaders here at TechManch. Thank you very much, Lauren. Thank you for spending time with us this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Kritika, for having me. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Everybody, I hope you all are sort of making our TechManch vibe out there viral. For the past 3 months, a cacophonous conversation is on in every country, in every community, every office, in every home. What next? What next? What next? Now, today at TechManch digital event, we are resolute that we will crystallize these answers from this enormous conversation. The toughest test of leadership is now looming, and that really is the single purpose at the core of this conversation. The panel discussion for the day, the theme of the panel is digital strategies to survive and thrive in the new normal. I'm not the expert here. Let me invite forward the leaders for you, everybody. Here they come. Our first panelist, we have Ajay Kakkar, Chief Marketing Officer, Aditya Birla Capital. As our second panelist, we have Dilaine Gandhi, Senior Director and Category Head, Foods, PepsiCo, India. We have with us Moksh Chopra, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC. We have with us Nidhi Hola, Director, Integrated Marketing, Microsoft India. We have with us Ruchira Jaitley, CMO, HMD Global. And we have with us Siddhartha Butalia, Chief Marketing Officer, Air Asia. And chairing this session, everybody, is Vivek Bhargava, CEO, Dan Performance Group, Dentsu Aegis Network. Now, he's someone who began his entrepreneurial journey in the year 1997 when he founded Communicate 2, the company that joined hands with iProspect from the Dentsu Aegis Network in 2012 and led the new entity iProspect Communicate 2 as founder and managing director. The company was rebranded as iProspect India at the end of 2015 with Vivek as CEO till 2016, where he assumed his present position. I'm going to hand this over to our able moderator for the rest of the session. Have a good one, everyone, and thank you for joining us and giving us your time at day 2 of TechManch.
Thanks, Gitika. Pleasure moderating the session. I think we've had very exciting conversations just planning the panel. So I think now is the time for the show. So I'm going to start off with each of the panelists where they can just give a very, very short introduction about themselves and sort of give their position and take on the topic. So I'm going to go with the screen, the way I'm seeing the screen. So we start with you, Moksh. Would love to have your 2 minutes on the topic and your positioning.
Sure. Thanks, Vivek. So my name is Moksh Chopra. I work at Yum Brands. I head marketing for KFC in India. You know, I mean, the fact is the last few months have tested our ability to adapt as humans, resultantly as businesses as well. And let me tap into a couple of aspects that kind of are relevant for our conversation today. One of the biggest emergent responses, I would say, has been what we call the accelerated habit shift. The digital adoption curve, I think, has accelerated quite a bit. You know, while this suits the digital natives just fine, you know, the Gen Z, the millennials, maybe some of our kids or nephews and nieces, the fact is there is a whole slew of new users who are entering the digital ecosystem for the first time. And this is both due to desire or compulsion. In fact, there was a study I saw by McKinsey in the US.
So, Moksh, I'm not able to hear you very clearly. Is all the other Moksh clearly? Then we just go on. Is everybody able to hear Moksh?
You. Yes,
yeah?
We can.
Okay. Looks like my connection is bad then. Okay, fair enough.
No worries. Yeah, so I was talking about the study that McKinsey did in the US. About 33% of the digital users in the last few months have actually been first-time e-commerce users of the respective categories. So something like called digital debutants for the categories. Even back home in India, you know, the Arogya Setu app, 150 million users plus in just a few weeks. So there's obviously a clear need to provide both intuitive and easy experiences, not just for the digital native, but I would say for the digital flirters, for the digital debutants for our categories, and making sure that we design the UI and UX, which is easy for them. The other observation that I'll quickly tap into is what we call the rise of the homebody. The fact is, you know, people's relationship with their home has evolved over the last few months. They've been engaging in what we call comfortable indulgences. Creative sides have been emerging. A small set of people have got comfortable with working from home as well. And, you know, and well, there's no doubt that people are going to start stepping out for work, for important tasks, meeting close ones, and over time, even for entertainment. The fact is the comfort that the home has provided in the last few months is going to stay in people's psyche for some time. And hence, I feel that, you know, businesses would need to continue to enhance their relevance on this front, build home accessibility using tech, propositions like contactless, and, you know, and initiatives around those fronts. So while it's clear and undeniable that there is a digital thrust, the one thing I will leave us with is that in the midst of the digital thrust, I think we can't forget the aspect of providing what we call a trustworthy human interaction. We shouldn't forget about that and keep finding ways to merge the digital and the physical worlds through the respective journey our businesses and brands go through. Yeah. So that's a quick overview of my take on the topic in question. Thanks, Vivek.
Awesome, Moksh. I think one of the things that I remember about US was that in 10 years, it has grown, the e-commerce had grown from 7 to 16, and then grew from 16 to 27% in last 4 months in just terms of e-commerce, right? So I think everything that Lenin said, right, that sometimes decades happen in a few weeks, right? Sometimes decades, nothing happens. So I think that's what's happening in the digital industry. So over to you, Nidhi. Would love to have your views on the topic.
Sure. Thanks, Vivek, and thanks for the perspective, Moksh. I'm Nidhi. I lead integrated marketing at Microsoft India. And I wanted to share my perspective from the customer lens. So as to what has changed from a customer perspective, the way we interact with the customers. So there are three broad trends that I personally am seeing. The first one is on the customer behavior. The same customer is easily distracted, like always was, and the same customer can be indistractable. So let me explain what I mean. So our traditional classification of a customer as one personality type was always flawed. There's multiple personality types in all of us. There's yin and yang in all of us. So on one hand, we enjoy Nike longish format content or body form womb stories, and then the same customer is also sharing TikTok videos. So this combination of distracted and indistractable mindset or behavior of the customer is really exaggerated and magnified in this virtual world. And so as a marketeer, having one strategy to crack that customer behavior will not work. So that's one thing. The second one that I want to call out is the virtual world. How we need as marketeers to embrace the virtual world. How do we see it as an opportunity, get creative, innovate to help the customer manage the current situation? Because we're not limited by geography anymore. So in the B2B world where I come from, if I had to host a conference and call somebody from Coimbatore to a Delhi, I'm taking away a full day. But now it's an opportunity. I can actually reach out to that customer, educate them, skill them, and meet their needs in a virtual scenario. And with that, I can actually build what Moksh also suggested, which is meaningful, honest relationships with my customer. So the third one that I want to call out is customer centricity and empathy. So these are not just phrases or words in the brand manifestos anymore, Vivek. It is here and now. And for this, the age-old debate of brand and performance really needs to end. We need to focus on performance, but at the same time, not lose sight of the brand. Brand is who we are. Brand is our soul. So we need to invest in building that brand equity today, any size of organization, so that we're able to earn the customer's trust. So as I see it, these three would be the changes in the customer way of interacting with brands, which is it's a virtual world. You want a seamless experience, customer centricity and empathy, and of course, managing the changing customer behavior of being distracted and indistractable.
I think bang on, Nidhi. I think my daughter is 17 years old, and I used to think that she has an attention span of a goldfish. But in the last 4 months, we've done a lot of courses together, and one of them was a 4-hour workshop every day for 4 days in a row. And she sat through all 4 of the hours and realized that each of us have different personas, and depending on what kind of content we're consuming, we keep on changing. It's almost a schizophrenic kind of a personality that each person has, and it's bang on. I think it's lovely to hear that. And how do marketers actually look at that personality and then create content according to that personality, which people are. Next, over to you, Siddharth. Would love to have your views.
Hi, thanks, and very interesting to hear both of you actually talk. I was sort of ruminating over the different challenges that we've faced in the aviation context, probably one of the hardest hit from the pandemic so far. So I look after marketing, PR and comms, and sustainability for India. One of the things which I fall back upon on a lot of these areas that I think has got accentuated in this current crisis is a maxim that was coined by a gentleman called William Gibson, who's a cyberpunk author, who said something to the effect of, I think the future's already here. It's just not very distributed. And this is a recasting of what we call the Varian rule. I studied economics. So Hall Varian is a microeconomist, but also now I think the chief economist for Google. And he said a simple way to forecast the future is to look at what rich people have today, and middle income people will have the equivalent 10 years from now. Poor people will have it in an additional decade. The manner in which that consumer need is met is not necessarily the same though. So digital tends to drive that customer journey and precipitate Varian rule in many ways. So to take a couple of quick examples, rich people traditionally don't wait in line, right? You have minions, you have butlers, you have concierges, etc. The digital rich today have apps and wearables which are fulfilling the same service. Or the rich would always have personal assistants. The digital rich today have Google Assistant or chatbots. So in this pandemic, we've actively deployed, for example, our chatbot on WhatsApp. And going to the change in demographic that we spoke about, we've enabled that to happen in Hindi as well, because we noticed a lot of contact center inputs that were coming in were happening in vernacular. People were choosing Hindi or vernacular languages on the IVR. Or the other maxim, for example, is that the rich don't go to the mountain, right? The mountain comes to the rich. The whole gig economy of, the shut-in economy, Amazon Prime, Netflix, Uber Eats, your cinema hall comes home, your food comes home, etc. So a lot of that is things that we're deploying because we're realizing people are used to that service. One of the things which we took out recently as a service offering, for example, is something called Fly Porter, which is a doorstep-to-doorstep baggage delivery. So you don't carry your baggage to the airport. Somebody will come home, pick it up for you. It'll go to the airport, and wherever you're going to, it seamlessly sort of drops off at the hotel at your destination. So I think a lot of these things have got accentuated, which were things that we were thinking would be, like was mentioned by Moksha Nidhi before this, things that would happen 10 years down the line have happened in a very near term. So that's my quick take on it, I think.
No, I perfectly agree, Siddharth. But one quick thing out there is that at one point in time in 80s, Nidhi would find it interesting. Wintel, which is Windows and Intel, owned 110% of the industry profits. So companies that actually cater to that rich, where 20% of the customers give you 200% of their profits, can actually have a completely different strategy for that 20%. And I think digital is allowing us to do that. And I think it's going to be a very critical role because we're going to have lesser marketing budgets. We have lesser marketing budgets, then it will be very essential for us to provide these velvet rope marketing, as Rajesh Jain calls it, services to certain people. And I think that's where the opportunity is. Because with reduced budget, you have to reach out to lesser people, then better reach out to the best customers you can. So, okay. So next, Ajay, would love to have your views.
Yeah, hi Vivek. If I look at myself with the gray hair that I have, if I look at myself as a marketer, or if I look at myself as a representative of the financial services industry, so what do I have on my plate? The first is Purani Kahavat hai, the old order changeth, yielding place to the new. And I've always, in recent years, heard people talking about the importance of learning, unlearning, and relearning. And I thought it was meant for veterans like me. I think what the pandemic has taught us is that this applies to every single one of us, the youngest in the profession, the youngest in the consumer, and of course the senior citizens, because everyone is at par when the surrounding world changes and changes so dramatically. So a person like me who would never do without my morning newspaper today has discovered the e-paper and doing very well with it. Thank you. On the other hand, a customer who I thought financial services would only want high touch, today is discovering high touch within high tech, like we're doing out here across the table. So if you ask me, I think it's just like driving or swimming. While we all look forward to getting out of our confines, we all look forward to getting back to life as usual, behaviors have changed and changed dramatically. But while on one hand, I'll say never, I believe technology has to be an enabler. The mistake some of us do is we start and end with technology and consumer comes next. If we start with what is the consumer journey, what is the consumer pain point, what can we address, and then find the technology, I think we will be able to find out that high tech can lead to even higher touch. And that's why I think we're very fortunate at Aditya Birla Capital, which is a financial services conglomerate. And as you reminded me, Vivek, yesterday, yes, we are the only brand who has gone to consumer as one. So I know that we have emerged far stronger as a brand and business post March 2020. And for example, while everyone is trying to reach out to their customers, we own both health and wealth platform, which no other brand today can rightfully go to consumer as. Two is we've realized that till yesterday we had push categories like life insurance. Today and health insurance, they have become pull categories. Third is we've realized that as one brand, we look at all customers as customers for our businesses rather than for any one business. So at the back end, above the wall, as they say, this has become a great advantage for us. So our model has actually been tested and proven, let me say, right, thanks to all of this. What was advisor-driven industry is today a direct-to-brand category. And last but not the least, we were relying more on offline consumer connects. Today, they have become predominantly online consumer connects. So I think we've benefited a lot. But as long as we keep the customer experience the hero rather than the technology, I think we shall remain in a good place.
So just adding to that, I think I remember one incident with my father. So I bought him an iPad, and he refused to touch it. But what I realized was that he would get up at 4 a.m. and the paper would come in at 6 a.m. So that 2 hours, he was so anxious of what's happening in the world that he doesn't know about. So then I taught him how to use the newspaper on his iPad, and then it became his morning newspaper much before the newspaper came in. So I think, as you said, right, if you can solve a problem, then even the hardcore people who probably, my father was not that tech savvy, but he adopted it because it solved a problem for him. So I think that's what we as brand owners must try to do. How do we solve our customers' problems?
Vivek, if you allow me to come back for 1 second, I think what you said about yourself and your father is what brands need to do. If each brand decides to teach one, rather than hope for the consumer to find himself or discover himself, you will suddenly find the market expand dramatically.
Yeah. So actually, I invested in this company called Empowergy that teaches elderly people using technology. But we found that now 50% of our users actually are not elderly at all. They're just tech challenged. They're learning technology through these kind of things. Okay, Ruchira, your views?
That's a great segue, actually, because you spoke about 2 or 3 things about consumer first, technology later. Let me give you a contrarian view, Ajay. We are about technology first. So I'm the head of marketing at HMD, the home of Nokia devices. So for us, the phones that we hold is the technology. I also look after, by the way, the portfolio, which is what's the kind of portfolio of products that you launch and go to market. And it's an interesting confluence. And if you look at it, 2 or 3 things I'm going to reference, which actually talks about what our big experience has been over the last quarter. When we connected earlier, I think the singular piece that I'd like to leave you with, and I heard Laurent say that in the last session as well, is the pivot and the transformation for a business, and how, as someone who's holding together business, marketing, consumer, and product insights, you can actually fuel the strategy to drive that pivot. And that's why it's a really exciting time, if you ask me, for a marketer, or indeed for someone who's running categories in a business. Because the ability to pivot and use this moment to actually drive the organization towards what will be the future, and thinking future back to what Siddharth said earlier, is probably what's going to distinguish one organization maybe from another in terms of garnering share of moment. I think 2 or 3 big things that we did. One was we've done a pulse index. Surprise, surprise. More Indian consumers than global consumers intend to shop more frequently online and use digital payments. So versus a global average of about between 40 and 50% for some of these, we're at a 60%. Equally, Indian consumers are happier to go onto omni-channel, and therefore looking at a blended experience. To your point, not just high touch, but high touch and high tech. I mean, remember, I'm in a category where if I don't see the device, how do I know it's going to work? Interestingly, again, to what Vivek, you alluded to earlier, the people coming into the market, the new upgraders, and there's a really nice piece of work by Google about it, which talks about people who understand or who are internet savvy, and recent upgraders. Recent upgraders are coming on not just for entertainment; they're coming on for learning, for access to services, products and services. So the world is changing. Whom you can talk to and the products and services you can deliver. To what you said, Siddharth, a lot of it is in vernacular. So everything that you're saying, and I love these panels because sometimes you actually congregate all of these different insights from different industries, and you find what's driving it is an overall consumer energy that is much larger. And then, of course, we see it manifest in different ways across our different categories. So it's a very exciting time for me personally, moving from what was, beverages and food, and Dylan comes next, the category I used to be on. But moving from there into what is a tech product, and then looking at, therefore, what products do we innovate on? How do we go to market with those products? Is now becoming a completely different set of questions and a different opportunity to monetize. And as a marketer, a very exciting time. Yeah. Thanks.
So one thing I'll add, Ruchira, that I think even though sometimes it's tech first, but I think that, so let me give you an example. I have a friend of mine who uses a Nokia phone, the old phone, right? The reason he uses it is that it's got an 8-day battery life. So if you're just speaking and not doing anything else other than speaking on the phone, it lasts for 8 days. Now he travels a lot, and he's not found any other phone that has an 8-day battery life, right? So I think as brand marketers,
yeah, you'd be surprised. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you here. This is really exciting. A lot of our feature phones that we sell today at a considerable premium of 100% plus, maybe to some other devices, are to people like you and me. We've got a primary device. And believe me, a lot of those device owners are iPhone users. But they want a device on which they can put aside their smartphone and all the distractions and get down to work, stay connected, and actually our connectivity on those devices is above par and superior to anything else in the world. So stay connected, but at the same time, focus on the task. So to your point on digital, I mean, there is just ADHD. And I'd say, hyperactive digital disorder actually is the way I'd put it. So in that ADHD age, there was a police officer from Orissa who actually turned around and gave an advice to a UPSC aspirant. He said, what do I do? He said, to get through the UPSC. And he said, just buy a Nokia 5310. It's on Twitter. And it went viral, right? Because then a distributor, of course, stepped in and said, I'm going to sponsor it for this guy who wants to aspire to it. And there were 15 other students who said, oh, we'd also like the same devices. Because the fact is, you want connectivity, but not. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was really cute. It happened just, 5 days ago? Really, really interesting anecdote.
We spoke about Indistractable, so I had a chance to attend his webinar, and there is an app called Forest. You install the Forest. If you pick up your phone, then the tree dies. So anybody who wants Indistractable stuff, it's an amazing app. Dylan, on that note, your views?
Yeah, so I'm just going to build on what I've heard so far, and I think the paradigm that I see happening is that this current situation is actually not a disruption, it's an acceleration. Everything that we are seeing today would have happened eventually, whether it is more in-home consumption of our products, whether it is more adoption of digital technology in terms of consumption of media or in terms of purchase behavior. All of those things would have eventually happened. That kind of paradigm then leaves you with kind of two implications, right? Number one is what we are therefore experiencing is a significant acceleration in that adoption, right? And that means that speed is going to be a significant lever of competitive advantage or disadvantage. The other one is that expecting consumers to reverse back to what they were in the past is probably not going to happen, because over a period of time they would have gotten used to it. So both those things put together are kind of going to have an important implication on how we not just market to the consumers, but how we serve them, right? The two things also that come through that implication is that the underlying behaviors or the underlying needs have not changed, right? Consumers are still looking from bag of chips. They're still looking for great quality and at great value, right? The context has changed for sure. But if you think back as marketeers, the context has always been changing. Some of us who've lived through the earlier rounds of transition, right, whether it was from print to analog, from analog to digital, have had to adapt to the different contexts every time. What therefore is important is that we understand how the context has changed for consumers and adapt ourselves to that. The fact that the distribution reach that you have is no longer a source of competitive advantage because a lot more of your shoppers are on e-commerce, and e-commerce has suddenly leveled the playing field for everyone. Means that you need to activate other levers of advantage. And that's where I think data comes into play, because you can really, in a very, very fragmented world, where consumer experiences are fragmenting, use data as a means of convergence. You can serve ads to consumers differently. You can serve product assortments to them differently. And that, I think, is the way in which the context will influence many of the choices that we need to make. So I 100% echo the, and that's probably because of our Pepsi lineage. What Ruchira said, it's a very, very exciting time to be a marketeer, and I just can't wait to see where this journey takes us.
But Dylan, the challenge is that in the linear world, if something gets accelerated 10 years, right, it's still linear. The problem is we are living in an exponential world. So when 1 becomes 2 becomes 4 becomes million, the million goes to 2 million, 4 million, 8 million, 16. So the challenge is, how do your organizations match up with it, right? Because that's where the biggest challenge is. So I attended this Singularity University, and one thing they taught us was just create an Excel sheet and say, okay, if this technology is 1% today, what was it 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 30 years ago? And then you draw that graph, and it's scary because in 5 years' time, it is going to be scary proportions. But unfortunately, in the last 4 months, 10 years have passed. So there are a lot of technologies that have broken out, become exponential, reach a certain size already, and now they're going to multiply exponentially thereafter. So I think all marketers have a pretty tough job to do in the next 10 years because a lot of things have suddenly become big, and they're going to start multiplying at a very, very rapid scale in the next few years, right? So while I'm with you, Dhiren, I would love to have your views on two things. One is the customer journey changing because of what has happened in COVID? And the other is also how important is keeping track of sort of customer sentiment. So
I think it's a great segue of what you said. I think the biggest change, whenever the context has changed, biggest change actually happens in between the years, right? And I think the mindset that we've actually adopted is one to be much more iterative, right? And I'll take an example of what we recently did, which will kind of help answer that. Siddharth mentioned, and so did Ajay and Nidhi. All three of them actually mentioned about the need for consumer centricity. And fortunately, we have social listening and all of these tools that enable us to kind of keep a track on how the consumer is feeling. What we realized was, that there is a very strong need for empathy with consumers, and that's where we said, okay, we have this one piece of content that we had not done much with, and how do we, put it out there? It's a campaign that we did recently called Lay's Hard Work, and it was an ode to everybody who's involved in bringing a Lay's packet to life, right? Right from the farmer to the truck drivers to the retailers to the factory workers and all of that. That was always a story that we wanted to tell, but we thought that through the listening that it was going to be a very pertinent time to tell it. And it was just this little one thing that we were going to do and then move on. And then the responses started coming in, and that's where the agility point came in. We got the highest completion views of any video that we had put out ever on YouTube, and we said, okay, we are on to something. And then we started building up from there on, right? We got influencers on board, and now we're sitting on a campaign which is 225 million views, 66 million, engagement, 150 million in PR value, and most importantly, along the journey, we also partnered with the NGO, and we were able to get 50,000 PPE kits made available for the frontline workers who are not PepsiCo related. These were people who are not related to PepsiCo, outside the PepsiCo ecosystem, because those we had already taken care of. And this entire campaign would not have existed if we had not kept our ears close to the ground and then adapted as we understood. One of the things that we heard was, great, why are other brands not doing it? And so we created this whole brand chain where we invited 40 other brands to participate by thanking them, and they are a frontline for the hard work that they were creating. And Moksh is a customer of ours, and we were happy to thank KFC on behalf of their consumer. So I think that kind of momentum that some of these things can create can catch you by surprise. And one of the enablers for me in this period has been to be able to push the decision making lower down in the organization, and trusting a lot more, those who are actually at the front line of the work that we do. The young brand managers or the young digital marketing managers, or even the agency folks. Taking bets on some of their intuition is something that really paid off for us, and I think that's something that I will carry forward, and hopefully that will help answer some of the challenges that you were alluding to earlier.
So there are two things that you covered. One, I think, was that partnership with different brands, and I think that's a very interesting thought, because collaboration has become a new competitive advantage, and all the walled gardens are finding out different ways of not sharing first party data, whether it's the iOS updates, whether it's anybody who per se is following the cookie apocalypse that is happening with Chrome browsers, etc. I think brands have first party data, and if non-competitive brands actually come together and collaborate, I think they can actually improve each other's advertising substantially. And I think as a segue, what you mentioned, I think is a very interesting idea, which I think a lot of brands definitely must explore. One of the other things you mentioned was empathy, and I think that is a question that I think I and Siddharth have been discussing. That I think, what is the role of empathy in the binary world? And a lot of tasks are being replaced in the marketing, advertising, as well as in the customer service world with AI, and people like Nidhi are helping in that process. So how do we balance that? How do we get empathy in the binary world? Siddharth, love to have your views.
So, I mean, it's interesting. As I was saying, all of this has got quite accentuated. And I think, as Dylan was also saying, the levers of competitive advantage have changed. Now, unfortunately, I'm cognizant that we come from an industry that has moved from its heyday of service differentiated experiences to what is relatively cookie cutter. And not many, I mean, will speak up on it, but we must admit that the airline experience across brands is not very differentiated. And brands have started now playing on what should be hygiene factors, whether it's safety credentials, which everybody essentially has as an industry. If you don't, that's an issue, right? Or on-time performance. And we harp on it ourselves. We're quite proud of the fact that we've been number one on-time performance across the last year, etc. I think what One Digital has enabled us to do is to drive a lot of that because behaviors have changed. In the last month, for example, we've effectively been able to hit a record 98.1% on-time performance because consumers have almost entirely been web checking in, or they've been doing contactless payments and things like that. But in that environment, in a very regulated environment where prices are controlled currently and are mandated across the board, we don't have price differentiation. Everyone from the guests to the cabin crew are wearing masks, face shields. You don't get to see the crew who are otherwise smiling at you, who are the beacons of what the service experience is. You don't see the uniforms, they're wearing gowns. We're not serving meals in the flights. How do you differentiate yourself in this? So from small aspects like the crew trying to retrain themselves on how do you smile with your eyes from behind a face shield or a mask, or how do you bring alive that service experience. I think it's very, very important as we go down this route of digital, which is by nature binary, in remembering that we must bring out the empathy and the human experience, especially in a service industry. And it's a constant dichotomy that we face as we deploy more and more digital things. That whole thing of binary versus exploration, sensory exploration, or you look at other elements like even what we're doing with data in terms of hyper personalization versus what you may call privatized surveillance, right? How do you bridge the gap between these two as you deploy technology to do that? I think that's a constant struggle that we're dealing with, honestly.
So, Siddharth, I have a content idea for you. I think you need to teach us also how do you smile with your eyes, because that's a problem I've been facing. I'm always smiling, and I generally go for a walk in my building, and I would give this smile with behind my mask to so many people, and nobody will smile back, and I don't know if they're smiling back. So this is a great content idea for Asia, teaching people how to smile from behind their masks.
I mean, it's been phenomenal. I saw the crew, and I guess it goes back to a culture at the end of the day. But I saw a lot of the cabin crew, actually, it came from them, of this thing of, I'm not being able to connect with my customer. We're not going up to them and serving them. You're not greeting them in the same way that they did. And they went and asked for training almost on gestures to say, and actively train themselves. It was surprising to see the difference of just the way in which small things, like the way in which maybe makeup is applied even, to accentuate how you might be able to smile with your eyes, which as a consumer you never think of. It's not a tangible difference that you will associate, but it leaves you with some small emotional feeling that something happened in that experience, or the kind of music that you play in the flight. Can we make it a bit more upbeat when everybody's relatively deadbeat? How do you get an optimistic tone coming in over there? Those small things, I think, drive low-key long-term affinity.
Sure. And I would definitely prefer the non-makeup idea. Okay, so Nidhi, I think AI and ML obviously is influencing our industry a lot. And I think measurement of digital and the role of AI and Microsoft Cognitive Services has really progressed a lot. We'd love to have your views. What's the role of AI ML in this unprecedented new normal?
Yeah, Vivek. So, let's step back for a minute and figure the purpose of this transformation that we're talking about, right? So we believe that the essence of any digital transformation journey, its purpose is to generate value. And technology becomes the means to an end. So how do you generate value? And I think Ajay also spoke about it earlier, that this can be achieved by focusing on the people within your organization first. So how do you align the leadership teams and various business leaders behind what you're trying to achieve in marketing through digital transformation? And then you enable and empower your teams to create more, do more, solve more with the right technology. So don't just go after the shiny toy. First, align the teams and then figure out what technology will help you enable and empower your teams. And that is why at Microsoft, we believe that it's people plus process plus technology, but people come first. So now let's talk about the technology, since the question was more on tech, but I just wanted to kind of call that out since it was being spoken about earlier. So we look at technology as the bridge between the art and the science. Excuse me. So the art is creating the right story, and the science is plugging it into the customer's journey in a seamless manner, not as an intrusion and that we talk about, right? So let's look at how AI and ML brings it to life. First of all, you get to know your customer. You start with listening and reflecting. And this is where empathy comes in. I think a lot of the panelists have spoken about empathy. So this is where empathy comes in, because you need to start with listening and reflecting. You need to understand their journey. And then you seed the market for effective demand creation. And this is where brand storytelling comes in. The right story, the right context, the customer's context, and the right customer. And that's where the right targeting comes in. Especially in our B2B world, it's very critical to go out there. The spray and pray, as we call it, doesn't work, right? I need to talk to the right customer at the right time in their journey. So that's when we use data and insights to identify the right interventions and also cork the leaky buckets that might exist. So you're continually optimizing performance thanks to all the data and insights that you're getting from the engine, and that data and insight actually contributes to how the buyer-driven multi-touch journey is going forward. Versus one engagement is one lead. We're all past that. Just because somebody engages with your content doesn't mean that that's a lead. All of this done right is when you accelerate the customer journey, you drive sales velocity, and you deliver on the lifetime value that the board is asking you to deliver. So we at Microsoft track marketing engagement index and map it back to the sales stage that the customer is at. So you could be a highly engaged customer, but you don't have a pipe in my system, or you could be a customer which is low engaged and also has no pipe. So, then we define, okay, this is the seller's job, this is the marketing's job, this is the partner team's job. This is how we all come together and make it happen. So marketing engagement index or marketing engagement, this modern marketing concept is fundamental to everything we do here. So yeah, quite an exciting learning.
Yeah. So actually, I was having a discussion with somebody about AI and ML, and we were discussing that if today somebody were to make Tom and Jerry cartoon, which would earlier take thousands of people to make, can be done with 2 people. But we don't make Tom and Jerry anymore. So we make Shrek, which still requires thousands of people. So I think the more and more AI and ML comes in, our expectations as marketeers, expectations as consumers keep on going up exponentially. So the tasks required keep on increasing accordingly, right? So Ruchira, on that, I would come to you. I think as a role of marketing and our roles as brand managers, are we going to play a more pivotal role because post-pandemic? Like, is it going to influence business model, profit formula? Because earlier we used to talk about digital marketing and marketing. Now digital is the age we're living in. So what do you think this transition is going to be like?
No, absolutely. I mean, first of all, for a lot of people who are either on the panel or listening in, I'm sure that's good news. But beyond the fact that we want to, make yourself feel a little better about it, a lot of people have spoken about empathy and about staying close to the consumer decision journey. I think if you look at it, the tools have expanded dramatically for the marketer. And like Nidhi was saying, it's not just about engagement, but where are you in the journey and how can I get you further? But I think what this pandemic has done in particular is it has heightened the need to get closer to the consumer. So when I was talking about earlier, the technology comes first. It was not that you don't have empathy, because technology is meaningless if you don't understand what role it has to play in the life of the consumer, right? Only a marketer today in an organization is resourced to understand what is the role of this product in the life of that consumer. And particularly in this point in time, whether it's selling a bag of Lay's, which gives you that treat and that moment of connect, whether it is KFC, which my daughter just picked up on Saturday as her ultimate treat moment, with her friends, you name it. Only as a marketer and someone who's close to those insights do you understand it. But if you stop there and you make it a case, and I think a lot of people have spoken about it, have make a case about getting closer and being empathetic, you'll find that at this point in time, when businesses are trying to conserve as much as they can on their cash flows and maximize really outcomes, it's going to fall on deaf ears. What we've done at HMD is over the last 6 months, and we saw this maybe coming a little early because we saw in our global markets, so China is a market, APAC is a market for us, and we saw already the impact happening in early Feb, and we could see some of the repercussions of markets shutting down, etc., coming through. And then there was Europe, which is a large part of our business as well. So we saw it coming, and therefore saying, how do you impact that journey for the consumer and employ all your tools at the right moment? Nidhi spoke about it, and as did a lot of other people. So going omni-channel is something that's no longer, it's not a fashionable word. It's not something that's just, like on trend. It's something that you've got to do. You've got to be at that moment helping the consumer. So the number of consumers who were desperately looking for a device, right? When Kerala opened up, Kerala was the first state in India to open up, and on weekends, on a Sunday, you could go in and all mobile stores would open. It was the only state that opened up mobile stores. Consumers were walking and buying the first device. They didn't ask for finance, they didn't ask for discounts, they didn't ask for anything. They wanted to know that they had a reliable and a trusted brand that they could buy. And when we do really well in those markets. So it was amazing how they'd come in, but also they were looking for brands under a certain price because they didn't want to spend too much money. They wanted it in a certain way. They wanted to have certain features and functionality because it had to enable the Arogya Setu app, without which they couldn't move around. So suddenly there was this whole slew of needs that they had, which could have been reinterpreted maybe 6 months ago into a completely different set of needs. So to your point, 1, knowing that the shop is open in my locality. 2, what are those hours? 3, how fast can I go in? What are the options? Can I talk to you about the options that exist? So that when you walk in, it's a seamless process and your safety is not compromised. Because suddenly the biggest thing in my head when I'm going through anything from food delivery at home to my neighborhood retail store is how safe am I in that context? Who's pulling all of that together, right? And therefore, that seamless understanding of insights to go to market to that product proposition. I mean, do you sell a bigger bag of chips because people are going to be at home and sharing with their family versus, focusing on just a price point, flavor innovations because you can't travel, so you might want to eat. I'm sorry, it's obviously a category I'm still very passionate about. But for HMD, it was an opportunity, and I'm sure Microsoft saw that as well, where people were looking for technology to solve their problems. And therefore, how you could get to them, not just about targeting them and talking to them on the right part of their journey, but also how you could get to them in that moment of truth and be there physically with them without, the person-to-person interaction became very, very important. So it was incredible how fast we were able to ramp up, what used to be traditionally just a lead or a like on Facebook to something that was actually more about delivering a physical good in let's say in Patna, in Bihar, in Kerala, and wherever it was. We had red, amber, and green zones mapped up in May, and we were talking about which markets you could open up to and deliver to people. So and who did that? At the end of the day, it's an intersection. It's always cross-functional to lots of people. It is empowered teams like Dilen talked about, right? Someone sitting at a local level who comes up with an innovation and you ramp it up. But if you pull all of that together, the center of gravity and the strategy finally does come back to how do you reach the consumer at the moment where you are the most valuable for them? And that at the end of the day, and revenue maximization at that point. And while revenue sounds like a really, it's a very Shylockian term in this moment, but the fact is they want that. They're willing to pay for that service. Our challenge was that people were saying, I want your device. And of course, there was this whole, geopolitical situation evolving. So suddenly Nokia became a brand of choice, and at that point in time, not be altruistic and not become materialistic and say, hey, this is who we are. It takes a lot of restraint as well. So to my point, your purpose and your authenticity has to stay in place. So it's fascinating.
Sorry. So I just want to just take one round with all the panelists quickly, and then we'll come back to you for some more insights. So I think, but I agree, I think I've seen a lot of vendors around our houses, small, medium-scale enterprises. They all have suddenly transformed themselves so quickly, and it's just unbelievable. Means my wife has been buying saris online, and the amount of Instagram ads that she sees all around now, and she negotiates and she tells me that this sari would cost X and now going for 1/10 X. I said it's still very expensive at 1/10 X, but I've seen that suddenly the whole digital has gone. It's no longer demographic, no longer gender. It's the entire population. So on this note, Ajay, I'd like to come to you. I think in a way your business was sort of built pre-COVID for post-COVID. So we talked about collaboration being a competitive advantage. Would love to have your views on what are the things you've done to stay ahead of the curve, and how that collaboration is you're able to leverage it well now.
Yeah, so Vivek, let me just distinguish ourselves from possibly the other brands in the market or the other brands on this panel. One is we are not a touch and feel brand, right? And two is we are not a category that people wake up in the morning and say, I want a mutual fund or a life insurance or health insurance. So I think the pre-work we had done in anticipation of a consumer need rather than a COVID opportunity was that we said, let's look at the consumer and his need. And his need was to have a good life. His need was not to have a mutual fund or a life insurance. And we said, how do we bring in money in the context of life? And therefore, we are the only single mother brand in the industry today who says A to Z of your money needs in the context of your life. And therefore, I think the first and the biggest learning for us pre-COVID, and I think it becomes more relevant after COVID, is how do you remain distinct rather than part of the bhed chal. And I think what COVID taught us, what is bhed chal? I think the day COVID hit, everyone started sending out mails, I'm available online, I'm available on website, I'm available on call. The first person who did it, I said, good. The second person who did it, I said, great. The third person did it, I said, hey, isn't that the norm? Why are you suddenly making that into a hero? And when you talk about collaboration, I think the exact same example, Vivek. I had a great offer to have a newspaper reach the house of my customers, and it was a win-win situation. The media house gets circulation like never before. We have 20 million active customers. I'm sure very few have those circulations. And for me, it's great that, hey, you don't have a newspaper, I'm bringing it to your house. Very exciting. But I think what's important to see is that within the first week, the same offer was made to every single brand, and every brand was offering it. Luckily, we didn't fall for that. I think, therefore, being different in collaboration and being true to your brand and what your brand represents, rather than rushing into the first opportunity to tie up. So collaboration gives you the expansion, collaboration gives you the entry points you never have before. But how can you create relevance to that collaboration is a learning for us. Second, whether it's ABC that we formed or ABC that is needed today in these times, that is Aditya Birla Capital, I think it became important for us that many people got tempted to sell their product, sell their brand, ride the bandwagon. And today is the best time, right? I don't know if you've seen this on YouTube. They've actually taken an edit of some 10 or 15 of the biggest brands in the world and taken their films and made it into one film. And it's amazing to see that every brand is saying the same thing. I care for you. We are there for you. We've always thought of you. And things like that. The same words but different nomenclatures by leading brands in the world. So ye bhed chal mein, how do you differentiate yourself? And I think, yes, our whole architecture is different. Our whole go-to-market strategy is changed. We are saying we're the only single brand in the country, single financial services brand. That really helped us in collaboration within our businesses. So let's just try. Like I told you, in these times, what are the few things everyone wants? You normally say roti, kapda, or makan. In today's time, people wanted, they had health worries and wealth worries. Now we have collaboration within the Aditya Birla Capital banner because we have health insurance business and we have life insurance business and we have mutual fund business. We have wealth management business. We have shares and broker. It's all within our banner itself. So that what Vivek, it's very kind of you to say that collaboration we did before from a customer perspective rather than helped us in good stead. And therefore in these times, we have tried to not sell our category. We've tried not to sell our brand. We've tried to address apprehensions and fears. So if you see on Facebook, for example, we have a health and wealth platform and we have podcasts on health and wealth. There is nothing about Aditya Birla Capital or its products. It's your needs. My belief is that in collaboration within a brand, if you like what I say, you will ask me, hey, don't you even have the solution? For example, every day we started during the lockdown, but lockdown continued, we continued. Our health insurance business is on Facebook every day, whether it's your nutrition needs, whether it's your health needs, whether it's your yoga needs, whether it's a doctor on call. So we've started collaborating with people and brands who can extend the relevance of just health insurance to health.
Sure.
And
so I'm going to
differentiation.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask my last question to Moksh. One of the discussions I was having that digital has now become mass media. And I think the biggest challenge we face is that, digital has always operated in the bottom of the funnel. So it's almost like performance based, right? But now it becoming mass media, we need to completely rethink creativity. And I was talking to Aggie from Taproot, who is part of our network, and we were discussing of how do you actually create mass media kind of creativity on digital. And I think we were having a discussion on it. Would love to have your views. How do you fuel creativity on digital?
Yeah, actually, it's been quite interesting. I think everybody has discovered creativity, it seems like never before. And everyone has seemed to have had a kitchen moment all during COVID. So it's been quite interesting. And, KFC as a brand has often stood when we stand for originality. So we thought like people are being so creative. What could we do to kind of become a bit of a platform for creativity? And even when there was a lockdown, we launched something called KFC Home Studios, where we got like a massive amount of participation. It was just providing a distinctive brand platform where people were partnering, engaging with the brand. And we followed that up with what we call home kitchen. So of course, there's a performance marketing, omni-channel marketing, like Ruchira said that was happening. But we realized people are experimenting in the kitchen, and we kind of encourage them to order in KFC and kind of create their own recipes. And we had like thousands of unbelievable ideas that came up from people, from KFC noodle, KFC chicken stroganoff and whatnot, and unbelievable participation. And it was not like chefs. It was just, in fact, internally, the kind of entries we got internally was equally powerful, like such amazing recipes. So I think we got a pipeline of recipes coming up for the next 2 years basis this activation. So just by providing a platform for creativity, we found that people were giving us content. Almost 10,000 hours worth of content is what we got back from consumers. And the point was just to create a platform for them, let them kind of create their own content. The other interesting stuff we've been doing, Vivek, is working with influencers like many, on the panel would be doing. The thing is, we've got some really good content going with them. We allow them to interact with the brand, not curb their style. That's something we learned very early in the journey. And over the last, couple of last month or so, some partnerships with, influencers like Danish Seth or Akshay Nair, they've all been like going viral. And the funny thing is, like, the brand is actually completely omnipresent in their content. But the content is so wonderfully done, and we don't try to intrude too much into their style. And that's kind of come up with such amazing creativity that, I mean, I'm blown away. I couldn't imagine that, typically when you show your product, people switch off, but the product was so seamlessly integrated by them that was just a wonderful piece of content to watch. I think stuff like that. And we've typically found that the engagement rates for this content piece that we've been working on over the last 3 months, home studios, home kitchen, influencer partnership, is at least 2 to 3 times what we regularly see when we put out content. So think that's something we want to continue doing as people discover their creativity at homes and in the kitchen.
Perfect. Yeah, Moksha, I think Gitika has come to put a stop to our panel. So I think we've had a great discussion. I'm glad we were able to cover all the things that we wanted to cover. But thanks a lot, guys. This was awesome insights from all of you. Pleasure to moderate this session. Gitika, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, we're not letting you go so easy. Everybody stay with me. We have questions for you. I'm like this red light at the signal that's just put on, once we start heading into overtime zone. A couple of interesting things there. Ajay saying that the key will be to differentiate, and Moksh KFC noodles. Oh, good Lord. I'm waiting to hear those.
Popcorn noodles.
Oh gosh. Okay. And Vivek, I'm going to download that Forest app. And Mr. Gandhi saying that the biggest change happens between the years. So true. And Ruchira, your hyperactive digital disorder word was the word I've been looking for the last many years. अभी ये show सफल हो गया मेरे लिए. I found my disorder today, and I'm going to buy the Nokia 5310. Okay. So Vivek, I have these two questions for you for the panel. How effective would be the COVID-inspired digital strategies in a post-COVID world? One. Should I give you the next, or you first want to deal with the first bullet coming your way?
Yeah, I think
how effective would be the COVID? How effective would be the COVID-inspired digital strategies in a post-COVID world?
So I'll share my view. I've been in the digital industry for 20 years plus. Actually, digital industry took off in India in 2012, as far as I was concerned, because basically what happened was that 2008, 2009, a lot of brands got curtailed spending because of the financial disaster that the country and the world faced. And then they tried digital a little bit, and they never went back to conventional media in the same way. So a lot of digital things that have happened today have just started, and we should have taken, as Ajay said, 10 years. It's happened in 4 months. So now it's just going to accelerate. A lot of people are not going to go back. What happened in 2008 onwards, and that transformation happened, the same thing on e-commerce digital is continuing. And a lot of brands who have tasted, I would say, blood on digital are not going to go back. Digital transformation is going to get accelerated. And I think a lot of people who had like this digital transformation proposals from agencies like ours gathering dust somewhere in the drawers have suddenly all come out. So I don't think they are ever going back into the drawers. That is my 2 bits on it, but anybody else can contribute if they want to.
Anyone else would like to add to that?
I think it's called the next normal consumer now. To add to your lexicon, it's not the new normal, it's the next normal consumer. Just as an example, I know there are 500 million people who are on digital in India, which is more, I think, more than the US and Mexico and Canada put together. Yeah. I think that's the number. But if I look at the next normal consumer, that's the consumer who's now entered. Imagine that's another 700 million to go before we exhaust potential. So that's 4 times. The point being, those guys are coming in faster than ever, and they expect very different experiences. So I just see this acceleration, and there's that point in time when that inflection point. To Vivek's point, this is the inflection point.
I have a contrary point, or I support. It's up to you to decide. I just believe that if at the end of COVID, I believe that you forced me or I was forced to use you, I'm not coming back. And if I find it was so great to use you, why the hell didn't I discover you before? I'm never leaving you.
It's as simple as that.
Agreed.
As simple as that. All of you watching, you've got your mantra. We have the next question here for the panel. How often should digital strategies be revisited? Do they have a shelf life? Very interesting question there.
So I'll give 30 seconds. I think digital is about taking a compass in your hand and you start walking in the right direction rather than trying to create a blueprint. Yeah. So when you have a compass in your hand, you start walking, then you automatically keep on revisiting it. So you fire bullets, throw the cannonball, the classic Jim Collins theory. So digital is about making a move, right? A lot of people waste a lot of time in trying to create a blueprint and then keep revisiting the blueprint, which is idiotic. So digital is about taking your compass in your hand and you start walking. That's my 2 bits.
Yes. Anyone else would like to add briefly, and then we'll wrap up?
I'll just say one thing. I feel like just to just build off what Vivek said, I think if we use digital and tech to not transcend the human experience, we just find a way to kind of support it. So the more we can do around those lines, the more it's going to be sustainable. Then the minute you're in touch with the consumer, you're using digital as a support strategy to the consumer experience, not as a strategy in itself, which is where perhaps the problem sometimes lies. So that's what I'll summarize on.
Thank you all for joining us at day 2 of TechMunch. Paucity of time, we'd had to move forward. Otherwise, this was just the most fantastic panel I've heard over the last few months. Thank you very much, all of you, and thank you, Vivek, honorable moderator. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Pleasure was all ours. Thank you, everyone. And that will mean that I get the screen to myself once again, under the spotlight. Allow me to take you into the next session, everybody. The keynote address on digital marketing in the time of crisis. Now, our speaker comes armed with more than 25 years of experience, the last 6 of which have been the role of Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for MasterCard and President of the company's healthcare business. Now, he is consistently recognized globally as a highly innovative and transformational leader. He is the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer and President Healthcare MasterCard. Let's all put our hands together wherever we are for Mr. Raja Mannar. Sir. Good evening. So we can't hear you, so if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. Thank you, sir.
Is it any better now?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Awesome. It's a perfect world now. Take it on, sir.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Geetika. Much appreciate having me on this forum, which seems to be fascinating. Wish I had spent a little bit more time listening to the previous ones as well. I joined somewhere at the last half, I guess, of the previous panel and thought they were making some fantastic points. What I wanted to do was to basically, share a little bit of the context, which we are not unfamiliar with, but I wanted to put some perspectives in place. And against that perspective, how should marketers carry themselves into the future, both during COVID and post-COVID? So firstly, in terms of the context, probably this is the most fascinating, if I can call it that way, given the amount of negativity around it. Still, it's one of the most fascinating moments in our history where we are not bombarded by one crisis, but we have a multitude of crises. So you have got the health crisis, obviously. We don't know if it is behind us or if it is getting behind us, or we are up to wave 2. And in some countries, we are talking of wave 3. So we don't know how long it is going to last, whether the vaccines are going to work or not, whether the medicines are going to come out or not. Some were touted as medicines before, but then they are found to be totally ineffective. We're all plodding through it, literally a little shooting in the dark happening out here. This is one crisis. And there are also hypotheses that this crisis might actually continue with new mutations of this coronavirus. And if it comes, God forbidding, we don't know what else is in store for us. So this is probably the beginning of a crisis, and probably little waves of this crisis recurring over a period of time, and I hope I'm wrong. The second crisis we have, obviously, is the economic crisis. The amount of devastation that has happened to the economy is absolutely staggering, right? In terms of, on the one hand, millions of businesses have shut down. A large number of large companies have gone bankrupt. It's unprecedented. Now, how does it correlate to the stock market? I have no clue. Why is the stock market booming? I have no clue. But the point is, if you look at the economy and the fundamentals, we are in deep trouble. Currently, we are tiding through government funding. They're printing money. They're making money available. Is there a hyperinflation around the corner? Probably there is at least inflation, if not hyperinflation. That's going to be pretty significant. The last time there was the crisis, the financial crisis, it was just one crisis. It took us about 18 months to 2 years to come out of. But this time, with the health crisis, plus we have got the economic crisis, it's going to be much more long drawn. The third is the crisis in communities. Now, you've got the social crisis in some countries like the US, where there are these racial tensions and tremendous amount of uprising, which is pretty unusual. And I haven't seen here in the last 20 years I have been in the US, I haven't seen that level of momentum happening. And how long will it be before the economic unrest will also lead to social unrest? And I think there is a little bit of correlation, all said and done, between the two. So this is one aspect we have. And then you have got a scenario where there is a confidence that is in crisis. People are not confident whether they have got their job tomorrow or not, whether they are going to lose their livelihood, their income. Already in many categories, particularly in the lower socioeconomic strata, they have been displaced totally. They have been totally disrupted. Now, what happens when people are now so disrupted, but they have to live for the livelihood? Will there be crime that will happen? That's too far from where we are today, if it is already not happening. So there's a lot of turmoil which is out here right now, and it's absolutely unprecedented. And it's going to be with us for a long time, and it'll draw on for quite some time. Now, against this backdrop, what should a marketer do? Like Nero, does he play a fiddle, or does she play a fiddle, or do they do something else? And the answer to me is that something else. So firstly, when you look at marketing, it's seen to be a function to sell, to generate demand, to fulfill demand. And there is obviously a company goal to meet the targets and so on, which is what marketers are primarily focused. There are very, very few companies, in fact, you can count on, in single digits or double digits around the world, of those who are truly purpose-driven. And purpose is not just about making profits, but doing something above and beyond, without making it just a politically correct statement that you have to state, that your CEO has to state, so that you look good in your annual report or in some forums you are saying the right things. No, I'm not talking about purpose from that sense. I'm talking of purpose in a true sense. How purposeful is this company? Looking beyond its own financial goals and objectives, satisfying its own shareholders. It's about satisfying all the stakeholders, and community is a huge stakeholder. Number one, marketers should not be pure marketers at this stage in the crisis. They require leadership. They require humanity. I always say that before you are a good marketer, you have to be a good human being. Put yourself in the shoes of those people on the other side who are suffering or who are vulnerable, who are fearful, who are anxious. Try to solve their problems. No, you're not Red Cross, International Red Cross, or you're not Mother Teresa's foundation. You have got a commercial responsibility. But what I would submit is there is a credible way of how you can link the purpose or the cause to the profits and the momentum, business momentum of the company that you serve. And I have seen ample number of examples. And this is not just about philosophical debate as to whether purpose drives profit, but I think we owe it to the society, to the communities that we are in, that they thrive so that we can thrive in turn. Now, I would say that when you're looking at any crisis, you have to approach it from three different, almost like a concentric circles, three concentric circles. In the center, you should start with your employees. Given the level of layoffs and furloughs that are happening, employees are scared. They're extremely fearful. What do you do as a marketer? What do you do as a leader, in fact, as a business leader? You need to calm your people down. You need to reassure them. You need to let them know that you are there for them and that you can reach out to you anytime. Middle of the night at 3 o'clock, they are feeling scared. They should be able to pick up the phone and talk to somebody. That is, I think, very, very critical. It is not theoretical. Unfortunately, there is so much amount of cynicism in general, and in the business world in particular, that the kind of statements that I'm making might be perceived to be, again, Those things which are good to have, they are fluffy, and this is all like, what you call sweet talk. It isn't. This is real action. In fact, as management committee at MasterCard, we sat through this whole thing and we said, what do we do? How do we reassure our people? The decision we had taken is we will not let go of a single individual from the company because of COVID. And we decided also to communicate this very openly and in a very transparent fashion to the entire company. So I had Ajay Banga, who is the CEO of the company, and because I also oversee communications, I was facilitating that process as well within the company for internal communications. And Ajay had gone and stated, saying that, guys, relax, don't worry, we are here for you. We are in it all together. We will do everything else to tighten our belt because, of course, revenues are going to be under pressure in this kind of an environment for most of the companies. And we are no exception either. But we will not go to laying off people or furloughing them. For this year, absolutely nothing of that sort will happen. God knows what will happen in future, but right now, don't worry. Just relax, calm down, and we are here for you. The amount of difference that has made to people's sense of well-being, sense of calmness, sense of peace of mind, the reassurance they get is absolutely astounding. When they are in that frame of mind, they feel grateful to the company, as I do myself. And they also then are trying to put in their very best for the company. When the company stands with them, they stand with their company. That's a reciprocal commitment that occurs. This is very important. The second aspect is, as marketers, we are supposed to be understanding the very subtle emotions and feelings of people. We need to understand the subtle emotions and people of our own employees first and foremost, and try to tackle them. You cannot over-communicate in this environment with your people. Reinforce, tell people. There are opportunities constantly for rumors. Be very transparent and keep leading the charge. Now, typically you delegate internal communication to HR, saying that, oh, you have to write some memos, do some webcasts, do some podcasts, etc., whatever it is. But I think it is actually a marketing task. Your first audience, particularly at times of crisis, even in good times, your employees are your best brand ambassadors. In crisis, even more so. So you have to communicate with them. You have to market the spirit, the inspiration to your own employees authentically. Don't fake it, number one. The second is consumers and customers. When you look at consumers and customers, they are as well very vulnerable. Everyone is anxious. Many companies, they try to either run and hide at these times, or they try to exploit. Don't do either. Be genuinely there for your consumers and with your customers, your clients. Reach out to them. Let them know again that you are there for them. It is at times of trust, it's at times of crisis that trust is really built, right? And if you are salesy at this point in time, if you are opportunistic at this point in time, you totally lose their trust. On the contrary, if you are there with them without a hidden agenda, but approaching with a sincerity to serve them, you will build bridges. You will establish substantial trust with them in an incredible fashion. The other point I would say is also, there are times when you have to sell, and there are times when you don't want to sell. This is the time to serve. It is not the time to sell. It's very critical. As much as we have got our targets hanging on our head, we have to remember that timing is everything. This is the time, be with your customers. If they want to give you business, gladly accept it. Serve them in totality, no issues, but don't try to sell. It's a short-term disadvantage, but a long-term, huge competitive advantage. It's important at times of crisis not to be knee-jerk, not to be under pressure. I know that all the companies, particularly when there is secular trend that's going down, which means the whole industry is itself coming down, your numbers are as it is under pressure. So why would you not want to go and acquire more share? By all means, do it the right way, but not by selling. If you are creating the pull, great. Don't push. So this is the second. The third pillar, I would say, or the third circle in the concentric circles, the outer circle, is the communities. When communities thrive, the secular trend is positive. When communities thrive, the entire industry is lifting up for most of the industries. And if communities are not healthy, you're in trouble. Whether it is a social unrest or the economic distress or a bunch of other things that can happen. There could be various kinds of backlashes, and I have seen it time and again in multiple countries. And it's not just a United States phenomenon. I have seen it in multiple places. Communities have to be healthy, otherwise you're in trouble as a commercial entity. Try to serve the communities. Now, as marketers, what we should realize is we have resources. We have the skills and the capabilities. We have got the wherewithal to make a positive difference. Don't hold back, just go and do it. Just like consumers, communities expect brands to be visible. And particularly if you look at the younger generations, God bless them, I think they are much more socially aware and socially conscious than my generation, for example. They expect brands to take a stance on social causes. And not just take a stance, but to do something about it, to act on those. They are willing to pay premiums to those companies, to those brands, which are really societally motivated, societally driven from a cause perspective, from a social good perspective. And they are willing to walk away from those companies and brands which they feel are not socially committed, they're exploitative. Now, at these times, again, those feelings get amplified, and you absolutely have to tap into it in the most appropriate fashion, which means be there in the society, in the community, making a difference, whether it is healthcare workers, whether it is small businesses, or whatever else it could be, or day school, daycare for children, whatever is the social good that you need to do that is tied to the current situation and the pain points of the consumers, try to alleviate those pain points. There are a lot of traps that marketers can fall into, and they have fallen into. In fact, one of the previous speakers, I thought he was absolutely spot on, from Aditya Birla, where he talked about every brand, even the globally reputed brands, falling into this same kind of a model and everyone looking exactly like the same. I'll come to that in a second. But the first thing is, don't go dark. Many people will say, my budgets have gone, or my budgets have been deeply cut. How will I not go dark? How will I show up? The key thing is, there are ample number of opportunities, either for collaboration or for partnership or for earned media, that you can actually stimulate and get visibility and let the world know that this is the stance you're taking, this is what you're doing for them. But in doing so, don't fall into the trap of that sea of sameness where you look like everyone else, because there are 3 topics which are top of mind for everyone. You want to really join those 3 topics, and then you say the same thing like every other brand, and that whole, it's like a total ambiguous mess. You ask a consumer which brand did it, they say, I have no clue. So the point is, how do you stand out? How do you differentiate? The first thing is not by simply saying something different or doing something different, but doing something different or saying something different that is in tune with your brand. It has to be the voice of the brand. It has to be the personality of your brand that has to show through. If you fake it, they will see it. Don't fake it. If you don't have anything credible to say, then sit in your corner and shut up. But if you have something credible to say, you should. And I'll be shocked if you don't have anything credible to say in this kind of an environment, right? It's mighty critical. The other point I would say is, don't really be hoarding budgets. Now, today, marketers have lost in many companies around the world a lot of credibility with the CEOs and the CFOs. When the CEOs are under pressure to deliver quarterly results, they look at, and when the economic crisis is there is going to be obviously pressure on the revenues, and therefore you need to cut down costs to the extent that you can tighten your belt. Marketers have not been able to properly justify the return on their investment to credibly make the linkages between their marketing actions and the business outcomes, with the result of which many companies have done away with their CMOs, the chief marketing officers roles, and replaced them with non-marketers at the head of the marketing department. In many cases, marketing has been fragmented altogether, and it has been distributed. Oh, you do product, you do promotion, you do place, you do whatever else it is there. So what the hell does marketing do in these companies? You need to ask yourself those questions. Why did we lose the credibility? Because as marketers, we have not been able to justify the value, prove the value that we have been bringing to the table. The exception being performance marketing, where things are more tangible. But when you look at anything outside of performance marketing, it's all a guess game. It's all saying that trust me, believe me. That's not going to work. Now, the point is, in a situation of crisis, when the company is under pressure, don't try to hoard your marketing dollars. Don't try to be your own island somewhere where you say, look, this is my money. Let me not give transparency into this to the CFO or the CEO or the rest of the company. These are opportunities for marketers to build their credibility and to build bridges with their C-suite peers within the company. It's extremely critical that at this point in time, marketing does its bit to help the bottom line of the company. Something which is not very easy, but something which marketers have to absolutely go after. Don't be opportunistic, on the other hand. I'll give you a personal example. I was trying to buy a stand for my iPad because I'm doing a number of these kind of sessions. And when I was looking at stands on one of the reputed online e-commerce marketplaces, it was $61. Okay, $61, not too bad. But when I went to checkout, they said that shipping costs were $211, 3.5 times the price of the basic product that I'm trying to buy. Normal times, any purchase beyond $25, they would make it available free shipping. And now they're charging 3.5 times. What does it make me feel as a consumer? These guys are exploiting me. And you're talking to a marketer, right? And I feel terrible as a consumer. I'm first a consumer and second a marketer. And as a consumer, I feel horrible. I said, this is exploitation. Now, I don't have too much of time or too much of choice. So I meekly go and buy the product. But what do I do when an alternative option is available? I would switch in a heartbeat. Don't be opportunistic. Don't do price gouging just because you are able to. You exploit vulnerability. It's easy to exploit folks, your customers, your clients, and the consumers at times of crisis. You look at the amount of literally black marketing by reputed brands. I would not call it anything else. It is black marketing. When you're talking of these hand washes, hand sanitizers, and the wipes, and the toilet tissues, which are going they're running out of shelves like there is no tomorrow. There's the pricing officially on the websites of these reputed companies, 7 to 8 times of normal times. That is exploitative. That's complete price gouging. That's being totally opportunistic. You should not be. That will be short-term smart from a bottom line point of view, but it is horrible for medium and long term, and it'll kill the trust and credibility. Somebody was telling in the previous panel, and they were very right, how do you differentiate your brand? In future, where technology is democratized, data is democratized, everything is democratized, everything is accessible to everyone, how do you differentiate yourself? Trust is going to be one of those fundamental parameters that you have to really build. Otherwise, you're toast. And that's going to be really very critical. And people have to bear that at the back of their mind, actually at the front of their mind. In fact, one of the key things I would say is, marketers, we say that we need to have IQ from an analytical point of view or understanding things and so on, capabilities. You need to have EQ and able to relate emotionally very well with people and so on. And then you have got, more importantly, something we call it as a DQ, which is decency quotient. This is the time for marketers to be decent, to be good human beings, and to serve the community, which is in turn going to be of service to the brand in the medium and the long term. So those were the thoughts that I wanted to share. And Geetika, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take.
Thank you, first of all, for joining us. You said some really interesting things that were things that you said on a human level. But sir, considering the times that we're going through, they are just so they're just so correct. And I just want to sort of share with you the one that's struck with me. If you generate the pull, do so, don't push. This is not the time to sell. It is the time to serve. This is wisdom that I think everyone across businesses and industries need to adapt. Sir, taking from what I've just sort of repeated about what you just said, where in the last 6 months did you find the wisdom to arrive at this conclusion so fast? We haven't even begun to have case studies. We haven't even begun to see what the trends have been. We haven't even begun to see where we've reached. How did you come to this conclusion without real on-ground rollout?
So, Geetika, in fact, sometimes, you have happy coincidences. So 3.5 years back, I was sitting with my team and said that, look, we need to really figure out what will we do if a crisis materializes. My thought was about cybersecurity, or it is reputational risk. There is some PR crisis, or there is a financial disaster. There are so many other crises which, as marketers, we don't pay that much attention to. In the PR part of the wheelhouse, yes, you have some crisis management functionality, but marketing by itself does not have a crisis management function within marketing. So what I did at the time, I said is, look, marketers, we have to realize that crisis is going to happen, whether we want it or not. And we need to be prepared. So I formed a risk management function within marketing. I made my previous CFO as my new risk management head.
Sir, and when was this, sir?
It is about 3.5 years back.
3.5 years back.
Correct. So what she did then is to identify all the types of risks that we as a marketing function would face or could face, and then have the building blocks in place. If this happens, what do we do? If this happens, what do we do? And we had war room simulations. We had systems and processes. We had single points of accountability. Who will do what the communication protocols would be. As a company, we do it very well for crisis management. But as a marketing function, we never had anything like that. So we took the playbook from there. We created our own playbook, and we tested and trained our people extensively. Now, we never predicted coronavirus. And when it happened, however, because all the building blocks were there, the cutover was absolutely seamless, and we just moved like that. So we didn't have to scamper and start thinking at the time. So this is one thing which had really stood us in excellent stead. And I keep on advocating wherever I go. Marketers have to have risk management function embedded. Trust me, this is not the last crisis that we are facing. There are going to be a series of crises, and we haven't even seen the beginning yet. And it's not one crisis at a time. It'll be multiple crises which will be bombarding us. And I'm not being sort of the doomsayer, and it's not all doom and gloom. But the thing is, if and when doom and gloom happens, you better be prepared today. That's my point.
Well noted, sir. Sir, now live events also are a part of the marketing function, and the live event industry across the world is, if may I say, in deep trouble right now. What do you foresee the future for them to be? I mean, is live really going to pick up the way it was by Jan 2021, or are we just going to continue to rumble and tumble in the virtual space?
I think we'll plod along for some time, for sure, right? The fact is, if you look at the entire sphere of communication or communicating with consumers, I keep saying in a very provocative way that advertising is not the way to go forward. An average consumer is bombarded by 5,000 commercial messages a day. The estimates are anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000, which is humanly impossible to process. Number two, the span of attention of human beings is reducing to now being slightly less than that of a goldfish at under 8 seconds. So the window is narrowing, and you're pushing a flood of commercial messages at them. What do? They either tune out or they put ad blocks. Already, the estimates are there are 625 million plus ad blockers that have been already installed on various devices and growing at 30% per annum. Or people are saying, I'm so sick and tired of your ads that I'll pay money to keep you marketing idiots out. Now, when that happens, as a marketer, that's a nightmare for me. How do I reach these consumers? How do I tell them my story? How do I inspire them to go for my product? So a few years back, we pivoted at MasterCard from traditional advertising and traditional marketing to more of experiential marketing and word of mouth amplification. When that happened, our entire focus was on live events. And live events really give us phenomenal return on investment. We went into all kinds of what we call passion points. We went into movies, we went into arts and culture, into shopping, into travel, into environment, health and well-being. We identified 10 different passion points, and we started going heavily after those and creating assets in each one of these passion points. Now, suddenly, coronavirus happens. It's a crisis, and all the live events come to a standstill. So fortunately, this is something which we were prepared for, to cut over to digital experiences. What we realized is that digital experiences give you a very different type of opportunity, the ability to scale. So for example, if I'm sponsoring, which we do, say French Open tennis, how many experiences can I give there? I can give probably a few thousand experiences over the entire period of the tournament. But digitally, I can give to millions. So the scale of digital experiences can be huge, but the impact of digital experiences is not exactly anywhere near a physical experience. So the future is going to be hybrid. And I think already there are a lot of technology solutions which are coming of how you engage, even if there are no live audiences. There can be live events. Like, for example, right now, you have got UEFA Champions League. It's a live event. It's happening. It hasn't stopped, except that there are no audience in the stadium. But then there are technology solutions with augmented reality that are coming out with some tacky solutions right now, I would say, of virtual reality. But there are ways of getting consumers connected very, very well with these live events than just sitting dumbly and watching in front of a television. So there are lots of stuff that are coming down the pike. And I saw some of those innovations and we're investing in some of those. It's pretty cool. So I would say the format of live events will evolve, but live events won't disappear.
Thank you, sir. I'm a member of the live event industry. I'm a little relieved to hear that. I ask a lot of people this question, so it's good news for us. Thank you once again, sir, for your time and for your participation and that golden wisdom you've shared with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deepika. Much appreciated. Bye-bye then.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, everybody, moving forward quickly. Before we move on to our next session, I'm very excited to announce a new initiative by Exchange for Media, Digital ACE Awards, to recognize inspiring leadership, management excellence, outstanding business performances, and overall achievements in digital marketing. Now, who can enter? Well, open to all agencies that focus on creating digital marketing communication for its clients. That includes digital marketing, media, advertising, creative, digital PR, independent, and other specialist agencies with operations or clients in India. They could be in the area of paid and organic search, social content retargeting, performance display, feed management, email marketing, conversion rate optimization, or any other. Please feel free to contact the E4M team members, Michelle Naroja and Anna Fernandez, for more details. Okay, moving on to our next speaker session for the day, digital marketing aligned to classical marketing. Arvind Bhandari, Executive Vice President, Director, Nutrition, South Asia Region, Nestle, is here with us. Now, he is a corporate veteran. He has served in organizations such as ITC, JWT, PepsiCo, and Nestle across the South Asia and South Africa region, nurturing iconic brands such as Maggi, Lay's, and Pepsi, to name a few. Now, he's been awarded the Asia One India's Greatest CMO in the 2016-17 awards. We are so delighted to have you here, Arvind Bhandari. Please take this forward at day 2 of Techmanch. Good evening. Arvind, you'll have to unmute yourself. Arvind, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah,
Sir,
hi, can you hear me now?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me on board and look forward to this conversation, Kritika. Yeah, you want me to open up? Say something? Sorry, did I miss something?
Yes, sir, please, yes. I've introduced you and the session, and now the ball is in your court. So You'll have
Okay.
to take this forward. Yes.
Right. So thank you so much. Just a quick introduction. So I am a mass marketeer by profession across a host of companies, starting off with
Yes.
starting off with ITC when I was in sales, and I did advertising for a couple of years with Water Thompson. Then worked with Pepsi, ran the campaign something with the Monday More, number Kabaiga. Then came to Italy, kind of worked on Lays, initially as founding of the business, setting up to a scale which is today, really looking at the whole backward integration, chips and so on, where the markets are consolidated. And then moved to Nestle, where I think for the last 2 years, worked on Maggie for a very long time, pretty much my formative years. And sort of product up to a size where I think all of you is familiar, and I hope most of your consumers. Then worked in South Africa for about 3-4 years, so setting that business up of Maggie in that year, worked in dairy, and now I'm in nutrition. My experience with the mass marketing, digital marketing, the new buzzword is what is keeping a lot of us busy. And for mass marketing, unlike the previous one that I was reading with the MasterCard, explanations, there is a lot different because you're moving from a stage where you have to manage both the classical marketing and digital marketing. There are very different rules, and sometimes even different generations work on it. I mean, if you look at people like us, we've been brought up on classical marketing, and if you look at the more techie savvy people, if you take people from Ola, Uber, and so on in Zomato, they are performance marketers. And it's interesting when you come to a place where mass marketers have to work with digital marketing because the rules of the games are somewhat different. But if you truly align them, that's where the opportunity is of the excitement is. And so that has been pretty much my focus, my interest in the last few years. And of course, the gathered pace as the market has evolved. And today we are able to sort of work on it together. Now, if I can quickly highlight what exactly sets the two apart. Classical marketing is a lot about, if I can give you a small example, it's about putting a product out there which reaches a mass distribution. So think of a Kurkure, a Pepsi, a Lays, think of a Maggi. You're looking at a huge number of consumer interactions. So it's about putting the pack out. It's about getting a certain level of awareness or reaching, we call it in the media language, very early on. Because of the dynamics of fast-moving consumer goods, which is where I've worked for the most part, the cycle of product creation, delivery, and the sales at the end is very rapid. So if you don't move with speed, with impact, with scale, then you have an issue. Am I clear audible now, or is there still some disturbance? Yeah. Okay, so it's better, right? So the mass marketing is all about scale deployment. And media, which is our classical media, is what perfectly complements the mass marketeer. Because let me give you an example. Typically, FMCG products, especially on the food side, have a shelf life of 5 to 6 months, sometimes even less. If you're dealing in dairy products, for instance, chilled, it could be even 15 days. So you need to generate a consumer awareness, which is of a scale and of a kind, which means it has to have reach and frequency, where they see you and they are prompted to come and buy you off the shelf. Now, typically, that sort of scale only happens with TV media. Unfortunately, in our country, large TV, a large population, a very diverse distribution universe, TV still delivers the best. Not only does it reach the maximum consumers, but it also reaches them actually very cost effectively. So a mass marketer has no option but to go to TV, because he needs to make at least 70% people aware of his product, of which eventually only about 25% will try it, and 5% of those, or of the total universe, let's say, are going to be staying with you for repeated consumption. So it becomes very critical to get that algorithm going. And if you don't, then you have issues with your whole supply chain. Now comes So this is like a classical marketing model. You put the product out, you go on TV, you get the mass awareness, and then you're able to generate the response. Is it clear now, or am I still not audible? Now, in digital marketing, this is not the motivation. Priyanka, is it better now? In digital marketing, the challenge is you're not able to get the same reach. So the issue with digital marketing is you don't get the requisite number of your target audience seeing your rapidly. So let me give you an example. If you put a product out which is distributed in let's say 1 million outlets in the country, 10 lakh outlets, which is kind of a base minimum for a region. So what happens is that you don't get to so many people with digital. A, because you don't have platforms which have that sort of reach.
B, which is the more operational aspect, you don't have that much inventory available in a lot of these platforms. So whether you're talking about a search or a social or so on, you don't get that sort of reach because the inventory is not available. So what typically happens is that in the first or second week of TV, you strike a GRP of 200 or 200 plus, and you get the requisite 60-70% reach. In digital, it does not happen. Now, that's a risk you cannot take because your products are in the shelf and you don't get the consumer reaction. So that is the first barrier a mass marketer has to tackle with digital, which is reach. What people are doing now, therefore, is that they put the TV ad out and then they supplement with digital reach options. So from a reach perspective, it works well because you've got to a certain number of people who know you. And then the digital becomes an amplifier. It does not have the same urgency as TV, but it is certainly able to connect with consumers, build intimacy, build engagement, and maybe even improve the chances of the repeat rates, which TV may not be able to give you. So in a sense, the media issue is tackled. Then you come to the creative aspect. The creative aspect is a bit different in the digital space. If you look at the whole creatives of the old classical marketing, it's a longish 45 seconds duration.
A large copy of standard one creative like the screen to model, you make a creative, you run it on TV, and you put it into the tip. Because in a single thing, also that is all the beginning. In digital, however, you can actually segment it. You can go sharper, you can talk to a child, a mom, a youngster, boy, girl, green, all those things are possible. So the whole creative space goes through transformation. US trial TV creative now becomes a much more elaborate exercise. So you have to cut the same TV into smaller things. I think that is something we haven't been doing a lot in the conventional side of the business, but now it's something the FMCG marketing is something used to. And so how have we managed that reconciliation between base TV creative and the adaptive digital technology? What they're doing is therefore now they're looking at smaller copies of the main creative, which have
the look and feel of the main TV creative. But they're not necessarily the edits or the smaller versions, but they're also adapted. They're also adapted to the consumer you're speaking to. So let me give you a small example, and this is something I'm taking from Livon Industries, and they did this very successfully. So they have this own Livon hair serum, which is meant for girls and women, and they had a standard creative which talked about the issue with grooming, and they solved it with a standard creative. Now, when they came to digital platform, they actually resegmented their consumer. They took the consumer, which is the girl, the woman, the tween, and so on, and they actually sliced them up to not only different
but basis to requirements. So you have first while single mode of the consumer wanting to grooming now, the girl who's looking for a solution, the species dropping off in a small town, the girl who's coming to a party and wants to fix it very quickly, the girl who's stepping into office and she wants to go in Europe. And not for the people, each of the segments is very specific conversion to sale, or even the buy now.
It improves because you're able to actually speak to consumer in their state of mind and give them their solution. So we move from a reach option to a more sort of sharply targeted creatives for the consumers in consideration. And then you come to the evaluation metric. Typically, in a mass media and a mass product, you look at the sales. Now, actually, you have the opportunity to look at other metric, which was not available to you in the classical marketing. Now you can track your brand affinity. So in digital marketing, it's possible to see how consumers are feeling about your brand, how they're reacting, what is their view. So today now, it's quite apparent that what drives sales
of people in research online is not just the views, but the views and opinions of people who use the site. And so the ratings are becoming very important. And if you look at the classical model of marketing, which is specifically moved from awareness to business interaction, it's actually moved to be very useful to the kind of understand the capacity of the emotion, then you get and how it's created. And then you have a view on it, then you use it, and then you come back to tell other people what it is. So the awareness decision action model has got expanded, and now you have a layer before, which is the discourse and layer after, which is the opinion after this. And now consumers increasingly are talking about this, and from the previous acquired consumers, it was a move to brand endorsers, brand evangelists. So this is the quality of digital interaction, which turns sales from passive one-way conversation from the manufacturer to the consumer to a more prolonged conversation, which of course goes along with increasing the brand affinity. So these are some sort of broad indications of how the new digital marketing can supplement the classical marketing and give us extra legs, extra room to grow, and actually develop affinity. Of course, the one that I didn't mention before, but is very strong in the whole aspect of neutrality. Typically, in one case, you put something and you lose, but the
consumer is with you and then you go off. Yeah, Gitika, sorry. Can I go on?
Please carry on.
Okay.
Just carry on.
Yeah, I'm just giving a broad snapshot. So in the classical marketing, you have a consumer and you lose them because you target them once and you don't speak to them one more time because you have nothing new to say. In digital, you can retarget them. So if you've spoken to them the first time with the proposition and you haven't appealed to them completely, you can go second time, nudge them with a deal, with a promotion, with an offer, which gets them closer, or even with an experience, which is the other thing. So therefore, it's a far more elaborate environment. I have, Gitika, recently, in fact, let me share with you, put a book out to sort of close the gap between classical marketing and digital marketing. It's, in fact, a generation gap where the new custodians of marketing are not understanding how the classical marketeers of, let's say, a decade back are working. But actually, we've tried to fuse them together into a model. And I sort of sent some slides. If you can quickly put them out, I can explain. But there's an opportunity for now to actually look at the classical marketing tools in conjunction with digital marketing and evolve something which is very holistic, very powerful for the new consumer. So if it is possible to have the slide, or how does it?
The team at TechManch, if we can share his slides.
It would sort of just put this into a conceptual overlap and then you'll be able to understand.
There you are, there you are. It's happening.
So here's the book, Gitika, if I can just to give you a bit of a snapshot. Pragmatism. It's endorsed by people from the industry, Prasoon, Harsh, right, and Suresh, the MD of Nestle. And the attempt really between my co-author Trupti and I has been to look at marketing from a lens which is practical, because I think a lot of it tends to be very theoretical. And digital is forcing us to be a lot closer to consumers, to be in their shoes, and therefore there's need to be really pragmatic in solutions and instant. A marketing solution which is very Indian, and I mentioned to you the example earlier of Live On and how our Indian consumers are asking for solutions which are pertinent to their environment. A solution which is very digital. Of course, this is the whole deal now. How do we make digital sit very nicely on the classical? So if I can just go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the front and the back, and just the next slide. And this is kind of a model which fuses classical marketing and digital marketing very simply. So if you look at what marketers do, they basically do penetration, which is to get more consumers, and consumption on the y-axis, which is to get the same consumers to buy more. Now that's how typically we plot the consumers. Now, if you go to the left, then in a classical marketing, what you do is you create awareness. So you have a product, you tell the consumer, they come and buy you. In digital marketing, you're moving from mere awareness to resonance. So it is not only about telling a consumer that you have a solution, but it is telling the consumer that you just don't have a yogurt, but you have a yogurt with vitamin, which is good for your skin. So you kind of go harder and further with your proposition and get a response from the consumer, an empathy, which generates a stronger response, more immediate and more lasting. Then if you go a little further, which is on the right-hand side, where the situation is that if you have high penetration, which is a lot of people use you, but they're not using you enough, then in that case, in the classical marketing, you didn't have many solutions because you were probably, let's say you were a Maggie, which was had at 4 o'clock. Now you go to, with digital marketing, what I call the moments marketing, where you can talk to consumer, jab them now and then very gently saying, here, morning time, missed breakfast, no problem, rushing to office, have a Maggie. In office, don't have the lunch, another occasion to have Maggie. So with sharp retargeting, sharp occasions that you can now choose with algorithms, which are very refined thanks to the analytics that we have available, you can drive the brand consumption from a consumer who uses only once to maybe a lot more often. So therefore, you have the opportunity to get into occasions to moments marketing. Now, if you move up on the top side, which is the high ground of marketing, where you have a lot of consumers and they use you often, which is your loyal base of consumers. Now, with digital marketing, you have an opportunity to turn those loyal consumers into evangelists. The whole dream of brand marketing is to convert your consumers into people who actually talk about you. The classic example being Harley Davidson, which does not need to advertise, or a WhatsApp actually, where people talk about the platform because they're so close to it. With digital marketing, you allow consumers, you give them platforms, you give them opportunity, and they speak for the brand. So classical marketing becomes a lot more powerful. Your erstwhile loyal consumers sitting quieter have become a lot more vocal, and they're building the brand for you. That is the power of digital to you. And on the left-hand side, which is the one where you consumers are a lot in number, they're not so many number, but they're consuming often. I mean, think of a brand of a niche set of consumers who have high consumption, but they're not many of them. And you want more of those people. So let's say you are a semi-luxury brand, like an SUV player who has a set of players, and you want to get more of those people. So what you do is you go to e-tribalism, which basically in marketing sense means that you make a community of people who like the brand experience and they talk about it to other people who haven't used. But by the sheer appeal of their description of the usage of the brand, they will make it more popular. So an SUV consumer talks about his great experience of family outings, right? And suddenly a lot more people who did not think of SUV as an idea, they thought of hatchbacks, a saloon, or the smaller cars are now looking at the larger cars because they see people like themselves. Now, digital allows you to go to those people with that experience, with that creative, and actually spread the net of your users. So in this grid, I've tried to explain in this book, and there are many such grids to help classical marketers and digital marketers to come to terms with it. So this was Gitika, the broad summary on how classical marketing and digital marketing can work together on mass brands and really help consumers grow. That really help mass marketers to build the business with brands. Okay.
I like that word there, pragmatism.
Yeah, it's explanatory. It's pragmatic marketing for this complex nation of ours.
Very complex nation of ours. Very complex. Okay, you know what? I won't just sort of come onto the screen like this, but we are trying to manage time here. Arvind, thank you so much for your time, for all the effort you've made, and I'm sure our listeners and our watchers have had as good a time as I've been listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gitika. I really enjoyed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone, here we are. I have some good news, but many of you would already know the largest hole in the ozone layer above the Arctic has closed, as per reports. The Copernicus Climate Change Service, C3S, and the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts has confirmed the development. This has nothing to do with the coronavirus. Yes, there are things that have nothing to do with coronavirus. This is everything to do with the polar winds fixing that ozone layer for us. That's some good news coming in these challenging times. Moving on to our last speaker for the day on the best kept secret, Tamanna Dhamija, CEO and co-founder, Convosite. Now, Tamanna Dhamija, CEO, co-founder, Convosite, which is the world's largest community marketing and community building platform. accredited by Facebook. Now, in the last 5 years, she's built 22 communities with over 2 million members and has helped over 3,000 communities with over 15 million members grow and scale via Convo site. And she plans to share with us the best kept secret up till now. Tamanna, I'm going to hand this over to you, please. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you so much.
We have been waiting to hear from you, so you'll have to unmute yourself. Most welcome.
Yes. Thanks for such a warm and nice introduction. I'm super excited to be here with you all. Thanks to Anurag, thanks to Exchange for Media for enabling this experience online, right? In this world that we are today, I'm just very happy to be connecting and talking to all of you remotely. So before we get into the best kept secret, I just wanted to take us a decade back and talk about what was the best kept secret of 2010. It was digital paid marketing. That's when paid marketing started featuring in the innovation slides of CMOs, and in a couple of years, digital became a big part of the way we were spending our monies, we were connecting with our consumers. In 2015, that same spot was taken by influencer marketing, where we started testing and experimenting around these key opinion leaders or influencers who started emerging on platforms such as Instagram. A couple of years later, that moved into the main slide of a CMO or a CEO of a large Fortune 100 company. Any guesses on what is that today? That's been appearing in the innovation slide for the last 1.5 years or so, where some of the most thought brands that have been thought leaders have been innovating and experimenting with that platform. So while you guess and tell me your answers, I'm just going to present my screen. So the best kept secret that a lot of forward-thinking brands have been innovating with is the unexplored world of community building and community engagement. And for the next few minutes, let me take you through a few slides and the journey of how we have experienced it firsthand and built the first ever community building platform in the world, community building and engagement platform. Let's talk about the situation that all of us are in today. The world, as we know, has changed. We're all in the midst of a massive global trigger because of the pandemic. Human beings are social animals, right? And what happens when you cage these social animals at home? Behavioral changes, which would normally take tens of years to happen, have happened in the last 5 months and are slated to happen in the next 1 or 2 years. Because all of these people have been staying inside their homes. It does seem like online will take over offline as the most preferred last mile touch point for a brand. What are these people doing online? Well, I'm talking to all of you online. I wish I could see you interact in person, but here we are. Children are learning online and we are interacting online. We are meeting people online. We are having conversations online. Where is all that happening? Facebook groups have emerged as the hub of online social interactions. As we speak, there's 1.4 billion people across 10 million Facebook groups. And what are they doing there? They've congregated in small tribes where they talk about their shared pain points, their interests, their hobbies, their challenges on parenting, nutrition, education, arts, travel, science and tech, humor. So if you're curious, think of any category and just go and search on Facebook and you'll find a Facebook group on it. That's the power of enabling people with a platform that gives them the ability to interact and connect with others during these times. What happens when people talk? Conversations are the leading indicator of behavior changes. If I'm talking about something, I'm very, very likely to change my behavior if it's not changed already. Are we listening? I'm going to talk about a favorite analogy that one of my friends at Facebook speaks about. It's the balcony versus hall analogy. So let's, for a second, just look at the left side and the traditional channels where we have been tapping into consumers for research through surveys, etc., or where we have been interacting with our consumers, which is open social media channels, a Facebook page, an Instagram, a YouTube, a Twitter. It's like a balcony. Just think of those channels and think of you as a brand marketer being in the balcony talking to all the consumers. They are listening, they're consuming the content, but they are passively engaging. They are not talking amongst each other. They are listening to you and passively engaging with you. Now let's look at the situation that we are in today and look at Facebook groups as channels. Think about a hall. What happens in a hall? People walk in, they take time to warm up, and then they start talking. They start having open conversations, real people talking about real pain points, real passions, and start having real authentic conversations. That is what Facebook group communities are, where there are peer-to-peer interactions. The fundamental difference is a one-way versus a two-way trusted communication. People that you care about are talking in these communities about things that they care about. What if we could unearth all category building insights? We could become a part of the safe, trusted spaces of our consumers and offer genuine value, leading to massive adoption at scale. I know it sounds and looks like a dream, but let me just tell you what we've done over the last few years. So Conversite, as I mentioned when I started, we are the world's first community marketing, management, and community building platform. And this has become possible because of our personal experience, combining that with technology and conversational AI, which has led to explosive results in terms of insights, driving our communication, driving our authentic engagement, and eventually an ROI. Let's go through a couple of examples to talk about this whole journey. We partnered with Reckitt Benckiser with wheat post-COVID. What happened for this category? A traditionally out-of-home category became an in-home category. A push became a pull. The problem shifted from awareness to demand. Of course, as a knee-jerk, we saw a massive spike in these hair removal conversations, and the first thing that should have happened is absolute immediate demand. But there was a core insight. There was a big barrier to adoption there. And the barrier to adoption was that this category initially did not exist. People were not comfortable doing hair removal at home or did not even know how to do it efficiently. That's where Wheat stepped up, did a series of activities where they engaged with consumers in communities, brought experts to them, dermatologists, beauty experts, provided information around how to get through this barrier in a series of campaigns. Wheat Cares, Pull It Off. The result? Last 3 months, where the category has seen a 5x increase, there's been a 10x increase in brand conversations, trials, and adoption. Let me take another example. This is a category which was maybe once a month use, and now it's a multiple times a day use. Yes, I'm talking about sanitizers. The daily demand in sanitizers went up 60 times just in a few days post-COVID. The problem here was not demand, it was over demand, where there were stockouts happening because sanitizers became synonymous to life-saving drugs. What did this lead to? An increase in frequency of use of sanitizers and the use cases. So people were using sanitizers, antiseptics everywhere, left, right, and center. That's where Dettol stepped up, did a public awareness campaign on Do It Right with Dettol, informed consumers, engaged with them in conversations around the right frequency and use case of sanitizers and taking care of our skin while doing it. The key to all of this is we should always stand for what our brand values are and not just what the product stands for. Fast forward a couple of months, as sanitizers have become a multi-use, a daily multi-use category, preferences have started to emerge where we want a milder sanitizer. We want a milder soap. We want the germ kill, but we also want it to be mild on our skin. And that's where, again, Dettol has launched an entire new product called Dettol and Moms, which is Tough Bee, Gentle Bee. So a little bit about why are we so community obsessed? How did we get here? We started this journey in 2017. I'm one of the founders, and before this, I was in finance. I was in investment banking for 5+ years of my career. When I became a mother, I realized there is a need to set up online communities for support between moms. From 2017 to now, we launched multiple communities under Baby Destination on Facebook, where we're today close to 1.8 million members in 28 organically built communities. During this journey, we built a lot of tools to automate community building and also conversational analytics. What happened then was magical. We got selected by Facebook. They recognized us as one of the top community leaders across the globe and the top community platforms. The picture on the site is during one of the meetups where I met all these awesome people from across the globe that are leading awesome communities and community entrepreneurs. And that's where we realized the scale of what we are doing. The aha moment was that let's put all of this onto a platform and enable individuals and brands to build communities and engage with communities. And here we are. Conversite was launched 6 months back, and there are already 3,000 plus communities using Conversite with over 50 million members across categories. And we've partnered with several of the Fortune 100 brands, helping them create and engage with communities. Yes, we do believe our superpower is building communities. How do we tap into this massive opportunity? One, build your own brand's community. Now more than ever, this is not comparable to a page, to an Instagram, to any other social media account. This is only comparable to any other platform where you can have consumers talking and you being a part of those conversations. So this is the biggest revolution that has happened in the last 10 years, where you have an ability to bring your consumers together and be a part of those conversations. And the second way is you can partner with existing communities where there are consumers talking about your category, your brand, and engage with them meaningfully. Understand their top of the mind pain point and provide value. It's a marketer's dream come true. Let's again talk about 10 years back, where the entire story of attribution started from an impression, reach, and ended at engagement. Today, it starts at engagement, and not passive, but active engagement, which is conversations. Engagement is the means to an end, and the end is everything that's there on this slide, right? Talk about customer support, which is really knowledge sharing of super users, right? They start telling each other about your product's benefits. Talk about tapping into real-time insights, real people, real conversations, real insights, real top of the mind that helps you draft your marketing strategy, your communication, your product inputs. Identify advocates. Why do we care about advocates? This is our word of mouth, our organic word of mouth. Acquisition. What do we all care about? That final sale, right? How does that happen? This is a constant, always on engagement source. The average engagement in a Facebook group is north of 85%. In an average group, there's 90% plus active members. Just compare that to a less than 1% reach platform like a Facebook page. And finally, retention. It provides an opportunity for us to create remarketing channels, to retain our customers, and to increase share of wallet. All of us know some of the most legendary brands that exist in the world today have been built on the back of communities. Communities are not new. We all used to say it takes a village to raise a child. We've always existed in tribes. What's new is that all of this has shifted online. One, because of the platform that's available to us, and two, because of the pandemic. And this is the best kept secret. So if this is your deepest desire to build a legendary brand by truly engaging and co-creating it with your consumers, I would love to talk. Please feel free to reach out to me at tamanna@conversite.com or do sign up on conversite.com for a personalized community assessment. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamanna. We do have questions that have been written in for you, but we're going to just take one because of paucity of time. It goes like this. What about platforms like those who have blogs content? They are also communities as they have millions of members every month. Can communities be public also? Do I get all member information? And how do we compare this to Instagram? That's the question.
Sure. Thanks, Gitika. So whoever's asked that question, it's a very apt question. So let me just talk about platforms that have blogs, right? These are, again, let's go back to balcony versus hall. This is a balcony. This is where I publish content. I publish blogs or videos and people come and consume that content. How do those people come? How do you discover a .com website, right? Whether it's any platform, how do you discover it? Either you type it or you see a Google ad or a Facebook ad, click on it and go. So a lot of the people that come there could be paid traffic or organic, but essentially it is a one-way communication channel. Instagram, again, is a one-way communication channel. The influencer has a lot of influence over the followers, but the followers are not interacting amongst each other. There are no conversations which are peer-to-peer, right? And the second question that you said was around member information. There is no member information that's available. So all of this is through official Facebook APIs, and all we get access is to, category level insights. There is no personal information that you get. So I hope that answers all the question. Well, the word community is overused a lot, but community is essentially any place or forum where there is a two-way conversation. What I just did, by the way, was a balcony. I wish it could be a hall and we could have met in person, but until the world gets in a better place, that's the perfect example. So thank you for whoever asked that question.
And you've sort of well answered that. And it's not, I won't say that we're getting there one step at a time. I'd say we're getting there a million steps at a time, the pace at which we're moving.
Yes.
Thank you, Tamanna. I would have loved to ask you a few more questions, really. But I have to move on because of the paucity of time, and we have presenters lined up and all of that. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And all of you who are watching, don't go away, because the 11th edition of the Indian Digital Marketing Awards, the first of its kind virtual commemoration, are now coming your way. So everyone, I'm going to give you all 3 seconds there. Why 3 actually? Okay, 5 seconds there. To come together, take your seats in front of your screens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. All right. The Indian Digital Marketing Awards, the first of its kind virtual commemoration, IDMA, was established in the year 2009. Now, it was aimed to rejoice teams, practitioners, and organizations that have exceeded landmarks and have been able to deliver successful business outcomes with the help of digital as a medium. As of today, IDMA is the most valued award in India and is considered a true symbol of digital excellence. Despite the impact of an ongoing pandemic and now observed gradual recovery to normalcy, or the new normal as we know it, we are happy to share with you that this year too, we have received an enormous volume of response from advertising and media agencies, along with the brands, given their fierce efforts to grapple with the same. With over 26 categories, we've received 500 plus entries. So it is that time of the year when we all will applaud, reward, and say it loud for the Rangers of excellence. The Game of Thrones begins. Let the online chatter go viral. Use the hashtag E4M IDMA, and send out the IDMA vibe. Cheer each other and cheer us on too. To begin this evening, I'm going to request Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director, Exchange for Media, to please say a few words.
Thank you, Geetika, and I'm very glad to be doing this. This is the first virtual edition of Indian Digital Marketing Awards. As you all know, June is the month usually when we organize this event, and unfortunately, because of what's happening around us, we are unable to do it physically. So here we are, all of us. Priyanka tells me the attendance over the last 2 days over TechMunch has been fantastic, and we are really looking forward to a eclectic evening. As you know, as Geetika mentioned, this is the 11th year of the Marketing Awards. When we started this initiative in 2009, the world was very different. Digital media was very different. I remember in the morning today having a conversation with a friend and telling him digital is now a 7x7 matrix. There are 50 verticals within digital itself. When we started, there used to be search, and social media had just taken off. Banner ads were still very relevant. People were still doing plain vanilla advertising on digital, and today here we are. I'm told social media, the category of social media has received the maximum number of responses this year in IDMA. We've also had multiple wins across content categories, and as we've all seen over the last few months, really digital as a vehicle, as a platform for marketing, advertising has taken off. This has been a year of inflection. Television and print, unfortunately, have been hit much harder by COVID. We unveiled the Pitch Medicine Advertising Outlook report a couple of weeks back. And the biggest highlight for me from the report was, despite what's happened this year, digital spends are likely to grow. And it is not just about what companies are spending on digital marketing advertising, but the way companies are thinking about digital transformation. I remember reading this morning an interview about an interview of Mr. Aditya Puri, who's about to retire from HDFC Bank, and his agenda after retirement is to help companies digitally transform themselves. And India is sitting on the verge of a massive digital explosion, the likes of which possibly the world hasn't seen. We've seen what Jio has done over the last few years, thanks to which, and thanks to COVID, video content has taken off. And on the back of video content, so many other services have been built. We've had content as a domain that has really found its calling. Today, brands are curating content. More time is being spent on digital. Owing to COVID, voice marketing has taken off. I was part of a panel a few weeks back, and most companies today are doing both personalization and scale, two balls that are extremely difficult to juggle. So really, if I were to look at this year, 2020, this is an inflection point for digital. And if the projections that various reports, including what we did with Medicine, are going to come true, I think over the next 3 to 5 years, digital will be the predominant domain around which all marketing and advertising activities will be built. So with that, congratulations to all the winners. I hope, as Geetika mentioned, this year we got 500 plus entries. Given the situation, we believe it's not bad. In a usual year, we've had 1,000 entries also. So the quantum of work that has been entered certainly went down, but I think one of the feedbacks we got from the jury was the quality of entry was good. Thank you to Madhusudan Gopalan, the chairman, the managing director of Procter & Gamble India, who unfortunately could not join us today because of some pre-commitments, for chairing the jury, and a fantastic set of jury members who spent a whole day with us a couple of weeks back to go through all the entries, look at what good work has been done. So really, I look forward to joining you all in congratulating and felicitating the winners. Geetika, back to you.
Thank you for those opening words there. And all I can say, more power to all of you. 500 entries, even at a time like this. And you right now are crusaders of keeping things in motion, and that too so spectacularly. Mr. Ahuja, thank you very much for those opening words.
Thank you, Geetika.
All
Thanks for
right.
joining us.
Thank you, sir. So before we commence, we'd like to thank our co-partner at E4M IDMA 2020, Convo Side. Thank you very much. Continuing the journey from the inaugural edition of these awards, we'd now like to take you through a short audio-visual journey of Indian Digital Marketing Awards, this year's 2020.
Welcome to the 11th edition of Exchange for Media Indian Digital Marketing Awards, and the first of its kind virtual commemoration. IDMA was established in the year 2009. It is aimed to rejoice teams, practitioners, and organizations that have exceeded landmarks and have been able to deliver successful business outcomes with the help of digital as a medium. As of today, IDMA is the most valued award in India and is considered a true symbol of digital excellence. Despite the impact of an ongoing pandemic and now observed gradual recovery to normalcy, or the new normal as we know it, we are happy to share that this year too, we have received enormous responses from advertising and media agencies, along with the brands, given their fierce efforts to grapple with the same. With over 26 categories, we have received 500 plus entries. Renowned veterans such as the likes of Manoj Kumar, Suresh Narayanan, Sanjeev Mehta have contributed tremendously to one of the biggest platforms of the Exchange for Media group. The entries have undergone 2 phases of judgment. First, the online assessment jury, which comprised of digital marketing heads of brands, appraised each entry and prepared a shortlist for further consideration by the grand jury. The grand jury then went through all shortlisted entries and chose the winner for the gold, silver and bronze medals in 26 categories and also named winners of the Excellence Awards. This year, the jury was led by Madhusudan Gopalan, MD and CEO of Indian Subcontinent, Procter & Gamble, and it consisted of some of the biggest names of the marketing fraternity people who are respected and have in-depth knowledge of the digital marketing industry.
I would like to congratulate the winners of IDMA 2020. We had some outstanding entries and nominations this year. And what stood out for me was we've come a long way when it comes to digital marketing, digital media, from digital being an afterthought to digital being an integral part of any marketing and media plan. There is a lot of use cases today where it is actually digital first in terms of marketing and media plans. What was also very interesting among the nominations this time was not just the use of cutting edge technology, but how seamlessly it was integrated into the consumer experience and also linked back to the brand purpose and providing solutions to consumers. I'd like to also thank my fellow jury members. We had an amazing jury this year, wide, varied experience, and we had some passionate discussions, some great insights as we discussed each of the entries, and I think we all benefited from the wisdom of this high-powered jury. I congratulate the IDMA organizers for once again putting together an amazing set of nominations, and I wish you continued success.
Exchange for Media Indian Digital Marketing Awards 2020 and the jury board congratulates all the winners.
And the moment you've all been waiting for, before starting with the awards night, I request you all to please put out the vibe at this year's IDMA Awards using the hashtag E4MIDMA. A slice of hot buttered toast is the perfect meal. It's not too much, it's not too little. It gives you just the right buzz, once said Naveen Andrews, who's an actor. Now, the jury had the arduous task of crowning the leaders from a marketplace so vibrant, creative, and full as the Indian marketplace. The jury has always been an independent panel of professionals from across industry categories. We are thankful to our jury members for giving us their precious time and valuable input in the judging process. I'd like to request Mr. Prakash Malia, who's Vice President and MD, Sales, Marketing and Communications Group Intel, to please share with us his thoughts.
Hi everyone, this is Prakash, and it's a rare privilege to be part of IDMA jury. I really had a great time. There are three things that stood out for me. Number one was this is the first jury session ever that I participated in, which happened completely remote because of the times we live in. But it also explains the true power of technology and what it enables. The second was just the quality of debate and conversation. Madhusudan, as the jury chair, set a great context for all of us. And the conversations we had were energizing. I learned a ton from it. And last but most importantly is the quality of entries. Every idea that we evaluated had so much innovation, so much creativity in it. I was simply blown away. So big congratulations to all the winners, really well deserved. It was a very hard call, I must say. And also best wishes to all the participants. We have such great talent in the country when it comes to marketing, when it comes to leveraging the power of digital to reach consumers, reach businesses. So really great experience, and look forward to meeting or virtually seeing all the participants at the jury awards.
As he said, it was a very hard call to take. You all made the jury work very hard this year. We have with us another esteemed member of the jury, Rhythm Desai, Managing Director, Morgan Stanley. We'd like you to also share your thoughts with us, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, it was an honor to be part of this jury. I didn't think I was a natural jury member. I'm really not in the creative field. I'm more from the analytical field. So for me, it was a unique experience to understand creativity. And, I was amazed to see the type of stuff that's happening out there. So firstly, congratulations to Exchange for Media, because this is the 11th edition of the Digital Awards, which means you've been so far ahead of the curve. I mean, 11 years ago, who thought digital was frontline advertising? I mean, today, digital is no longer the future, it's the present. And you've been there when it was the future. So, congratulations for being involved in this 11th episode. Clearly tells you that you've been ahead of the curve. Again, my heartiest congratulations to all the winners of a very well fought competition. With all the quality entries, I think the winners should be especially very proud to have made it. We really struggled in some categories to pick up, single winners, and we actually ended up doing a couple of multiple winners for certain categories because we just couldn't actually say this was the best. So for me, it was a unique experience. I think the event has been superbly organized. I think the jury members will share with me that doing this digitally, remotely, was not at all a constraint. In fact, I would say that it is quite appropriate that the Digital Marketing Awards were actually judged digitally. So I think it was a great experience, and I look forward to the evening. Thank you.
I don't think so. The team also at the IDMA Awards realized this, that it's been 11 years. Yeah. And they did begin ahead of the curve, didn't they?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your time. And thank you, sir, for all the efforts you've put in. Thank you very much.
It was all my pleasure, actually. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, everybody watching. Here's the moment that we applaud, reward, and say it loud that you're the best. Excellence to be awarded at this year's IDMA Awards 2020. The first set of awards, the category Web. To announce the winner, could we have the audio visual, please? we just told them that these are the digital awards, so we can't have a delay like this. But I think these things happen the first few months, and we're still learning how to sort of drive this curve. We are at the IDMA 2020, the 11th edition, so as to speak, and this is the first time that we've gone completely virtual. And who knows, in the years ahead, this may just be either just a virtual event or even a hybrid version, a mix of something that we do in physical real space and also virtually. The first set of awards is the category Web. To announce the winner, can I please have the audio visual?
First subcategory under Web is Best Banners Single Campaign Rich Media with or without video. The Bronze Award goes to Asian Paints Love Factory. The Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
Hi guys, my name is Udit Malhotra and I head marketing at MG Motor India. We are proud to participate in the 11th edition of IDMA 2020 hosted by the Exchange for Media Group. We're really thankful for the recent awards and the recognition that the team and the jury at IDMA has provided us for the amazing work that my team has taken in the last 1 year. Thank you again, and we look forward to some great learnings, great work, and participate well again in the future. Thank you.
Next subcategory of the evening is Best Benchmark Content, Branded Content. There are 2 joint Bronze Awards in this category. The first Bronze Award goes to
Oborino T-Series presents Straight Up Punjab.
Punjab's biggest superstars coming together and going live globally.
The second Bronze Award goes to The Silver Award goes to The Gold Award goes to
I'm really excited to win these awards. I think it's some fantastic, delightful stuff. I'd really like to thank our client partners to put such immense trust in our work. I'd also like to thank the jury members, Exchange for Media, and lastly, my team, my terrific team, which has really put up some incredible work. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next subcategory is Best Website, Microsite. The Bronze Award goes to There are 2 joint Silver Awards in this category. The first Silver Award goes to The second silver award goes to
Based and integrated with Google Maps API on the Azad Maidan in Mumbai. Users were invited to come together and explore their
The gold award goes to Next subcategory of the evening is best use of web-based games. The bronze award goes to the silver award goes to Last subcategory under web is best campaign, online advertising and digital direct response. The bronze award goes to
Over 1 crore plus push notifications, 1 lakh plus users during live session, 25 crore plus impressions, 19 lakh plus engagements, 25,000 users.
There are 2 joint silver awards in this category. The first silver award goes to the second silver award goes to
Oh, I missed the live applause, but all I can say is that we may not be live, but we are alive. Congratulations to all the winners in that category, the category web. These are the IDMA 2020 awards, and we're coming to you virtually. All right. We just had Prakash Balia, esteemed jury member, say to us a few minutes back as to how he was astounded with the level of talent that he judged during the procedure. We have another esteemed jury member who will now be speaking with us. Richa Arora, President, Packaged Foods, Tata Consumer Products. I request you to please share your thoughts with us. And of course, thank you for all the time that you sort of, gave us judging all these entries, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. Good evening to all, and great to be here with the IDMA Awards, not least because my overriding memory of the day we were looking at all the entries is that it was very intense, because there were so many great entries, and there was so much debate and discussion. And while it was practically the whole day we spent, but it seemed like a very, very short time. But it was, while it was intense, it was enjoyable, and I would say full of learning for all of us in the jury. But firstly, my congratulations to all the winners. They are what you can call the digital torch bearers, because we know that digital is getting more mainstream than ever before, and a sharp inflection point with the situation we've had in the last 5 months. But the celebration of great digital work is also something which is very, very important. Work which not just was great in creative terms, but delivered great business results, is in some ways a spark to ignite stronger connect with consumers for many other brands. And for consumers who are increasingly becoming more digital savvy, and in fact, digital is becoming a way of life. It's not something which is extraneous, but it's a way of life. But 2 things which were really great to see in the work, which are a pointer to how far we have actually traveled in digital. And we all spoke about the 11 years of IDMA, but really the seamless integration of digital into what is the overall brand core or message and the overall communication mix. And the simplicity of approach of some of the winners was what was really, I would say, standout. So congratulations again to all the winners. Some outstanding work, which was very enjoyable, very inspiring, and great for the jury to see. So all the best for the coming months and years. Let's go more digital than ever before, and stay safe.
Thank you for those thoughts there. Yet another jury member complimenting all those entries there at the IDMA 2020 this year. We have with us Mr. Amit Singhal, who is Managing Director and CEO, Asian Paints. He also gave us a lot of his precious time being a part of the esteemed jury panel. Good evening. How are you, sir?
Hi, I'm very good. Thanks for inviting me right here on the panel.
Our pleasure.
So it's been just great. I've been really watching and following up the e-Techmanch as well. And I think my real congratulations to Exchange for Media for the 11th edition of the IDMA 2020. I thought it was a real invigorating time to be part of the jury. As some others people said, I think it was a very, very intense conversation. And I must reveal to everyone at times, we were really fighting with each other in terms of the best entry. And we really resorted to, in some cases, even voting to kind of see in terms of, who's kind of taking the cake in terms of a certain category. And some categories were really brilliant, I would say. It was, a mix of some very good creative content, which came in on the back of some excellent consumer insights. I think insights which were simple, but they were really blown into a very, very good creative content, which I think really enamored me a lot in terms of how people had weaved the stories so strongly. The second thing which I think really worked for me was the use of technology. And, I think a lot of brands really integrated technology really well. And, a medium which we think is just digital can really work in terms of people in a very strong manner. I think that technology really stood out. The third area, which I think was very strong, which came out, is what people kept a semblance in terms of looking at their TG and looking at the right audience in terms of what they have to reach. And the way I think people kind of created the story in terms of reaching the right TG was, I think, another amazing stuff which kind of really remained with me. And I can keep on speaking. It was some really good stuff in terms of seeing that now digital was a very strong part of the overall media mix in terms of what people did. And it was almost looking like it has become mainstream in terms of how various brands have really approached it to that extent. And, people are spending so much time as they would have spent in terms of making an actual TV film to that extent. So I think it was an amazing learning, some real great stuff. And I would really congratulate all the winners for really putting their best. And I think it was a huge learning for me. Congratulations, Exchange for Media, once again. I think the 11th edition has been so interesting and so great. And I'm sure as we look at future, we are going to break big milestones as we go ahead in terms of digital really taking the cake as we see the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those words, and amen to that. So this year, everyone, did you hear that? All your entries, all your talent has made our jury not only think, but also fight and vote. So it's democracy at its vibrant best. Once again, thank you, sir, for joining us, and thank you for being a part of the esteemed jury panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. With that, we move on to the next category. Everybody, are you ready? Because here comes the next category, mobile and tablets. And could we have the audio visual that announces the winners? Please.
First subcategory under mobile and tablets. Best use of web, HTML, other sites for mobiles, and best app developed, products, services, corporate, social, films, TV shows, entertainment, lifestyle, gaming, etc. The Bronze Award goes to The silver award goes to the gold award goes to Next subcategory is Best Innovation in Mobile Marketing. The Bronze Award goes to
Flipkart started with a set of all users who accessed their platforms only through mobile phones. They then identified a valuable insight.
The Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to Last subcategory under mobiles and tablets, Best Campaign, Use of Mobile and Mobile Monetization. The Bronze Award goes to
While watching colors, users would come across a ball bowled on the screen, asking them a question pertaining to the current show. To answer the question,
the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
Flipkart started with a set of all users who accessed their platforms only through mobile phones. They then identified a valuable insight. Historically,
Congratulations to all the winners. Such stellar work coming out. And I'm telling you, in a year like this, these awards, these trophies, they just mean the world to all of us who get it. We have more jury members who joined us to talk to, of course, the award winners and, of course, all the attendees too out there. I'd like to request Mr. Amit Ghosh from OYO to please share his thoughts with us.
Hi, Gatika. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the winners. And more than anything else, I know everyone says this, but it was truly, in some categories at least, it was a very, very hard choice. And I think we made a few choices where we said, okay, we're going to have 2 silvers or 2 bronzes or 2 golds or whatever. So which just goes to show how tight some of the competition was. We, at least in our group, kind of ran over by more than an hour, I think. And even though we did not take a lunch break and it was just completely nonstop, but which kind of goes to show not only the quality of the entries, but how competitive the scenario was. The last thing that I'd like to tell everyone, all the marketers out there, that if there is a moment to shine for all those folks who've been pushing for digital marketing and performance marketing for the past 15 years I've been involved in this area. This is your time. This is your time under the sun. But please remember that all the traditional ways of doing it and is going to go a dramatic change. So cost of customer acquisition and efficiency is going to come under big focus, not just creatives. And therefore, this is going to be a very, very sharp, edge of the knife that you'll have to walk on. But I, as a business leader involved in several different businesses, I'm certainly looking for some of the best to over the next 1 year. Congratulations once again. I hope you have a fabulous time, and this is the time to celebrate. And just get prepared for another exciting journey ahead. So wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you really for all the time that you've given the IDMA 2020 awards as a jury. Thank you very much for your efforts once again.
My pleasure.
Okay, we have yet another jury member who will now be talking to us, Shivam Puri, CEO, Cipla Health. Sir, if you could also share your thoughts with us about the experience as jury at the IDMA.
Hi, Gitika. Thanks for having me here. In fact, I was actually smiling as we heard the digital applause, and you do miss the energy of face-to-face award ceremonies. But first of all, a big round of applause for you guys at E4M for the adaptability. You guys could have easily delayed these awards, and you could have waited for COVID to get over. But you said, if these are digital awards, let's just go ahead and get done with it. So congratulations to you guys. So I personally had a lovely time being a part of the jury. Had an absolute blast. Not only and I realized that actually the digital mechanism did not prevent us from having some really heated and very interesting debates around the various entries. I think some of the entries were poor. Let me be very honest. But some of the entries were really amazing. And the fight was around those amazing entries on which one of those deserve to be in the top three. Congratulations to all the winners and also to all the participants. The point that Aditya was just making, I think this is the time for the entire digital audience to rise and shine. All the champions of digital, all the work that you guys have been pushing for all these years, this is the time for you to go out there and make a difference. The world is your oyster, everything else is crumbling, and you guys can rise and shine. So best of luck, best wishes, and especially people who manage to connect some amazing purpose with digital as a medium and a stellar output. That was one of the highlights for me in terms of the entries. So especially for those guys, a big round of congratulations and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. I'm listening to all of you from the jury make comments here this evening, and it just what you're saying just is such a great indicator of how deeply you were involved in the process of judging these entries, and that's really so heartening, especially for all of those who've sent in their entries. In these times of COVID, winning a trophy, winning an award, a reward is just the best thing that could happen to anyone. Thank you very much, sir, once again for your efforts.
Thank you. And Gitika, you're doing a great job out there. Keep it up.
So I'm trying, but thank you for your compliment.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, with that, let's move on to the next category, the third category of IDMA 2020, social media. Let's take a look at the winner.
First subcategory under social media is best use of social networks, social media. There are 2 joint bronze awards in this category, and the first bronze award goes to the second bronze award goes to
We started the campaign with a lineup of popular TV stars, cricketers, and influencers. The visual of this
the silver award goes to the gold award goes to
लड़के क्या कर सकते हैं और लड़कियां क्या नहीं, ये तो यहाँ दिख ही जाता है.
Thank you, Indian Digital Marketing Awards and Exchange for Media, for recognizing our efforts and bringing about change in the mindset of our country. Shaving stereotypes for us was never really an advertising or a digital campaign. It was designed to do much more. It managed to influence culture. It inculcated a sense of pride because these were homegrown stories. More importantly, it propagated action and set an example for the next generation. So happy that a brand like Gillette India could really partner us in bringing about this change and taking a stance.
So thank you once again, and extremely honored.
Second subcategory under social media is community engagement, community building, and most effective social listening. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
Hi everyone, extremely grateful, humbled and honored that Pediasure and Condosite have received the award for community building and community engagement. Super thankful to the esteemed jury at IDMA 2020. This award goes out to all the rockstar community admins out there who work tirelessly day and night to bring people together around a shared pain point or interest. Up until a couple of years back, it was just a handful of brands like Pediasure that believed in the power of communities, that truly cared about authentic consumer connect while driving ROI and word of mouth. But now, the whole world knows that this is the decade of communities. This campaign started with an insight where we saw about a 300% increase in toddler immunity conversations, and it was commendable how fast Pediasure turned around to set up a helpline for moms around immunity and nutrition. And in a couple of months, we saw 3,000 moms opt in for this helpline. Super thrilled to be the pioneers in this field. Thank you.
Last subcategory under social media is leveraging social media to boost brand ROI. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
So every time we saw an influencer selling something on their Insta story, their very next story was
Hello, IDMA. Thank you so much for the coveted award. It really makes us feel special, and special more so because we won for the best part of our campaign, which is festive treats. From an incoherent dream to a sought-after property, that's how success the campaign became. We were obviously riding on some real innovative ad campaigns. Ad and Ad was such a one. We were brainstorming that how do we avoid the entire ad clutter during the festive season. And Connect, our core social media agency, came up with this brilliant idea. Why don't we marry the classic old-style guerrilla marketing with the contemporary influencer marketing? And the rest is history. Very interestingly, the marriage worked. We got 107% increase in traffic with 1 lakh swipes in a day. So I think nothing more can be told about it. So thank you so much, Connect, especially Pawan, Palak and Kejal, my team, Pooja, Aditi and Renju, for neatly executing and brilliantly thinking through this process. And thank you so much, the jury, Exchange for Media, for having recognized our hard work and awarding this trophy to us. Thank you.
Wow. He there got himself a 107% increase in traffic and also an award. It can't get better. Congratulations to all the winners in this category gone by. We have yet another esteemed jury member with us, Mr. Kavinder Singh, Managing Director and CEO, Mahindra Holidays and Resorts India. Please, sir, we'd like to hear from you.
Good evening, Geetika. This is an honor and pleasure to be in front of you, and congratulations to IDMA, congratulations to my dear friend Dr. Batra, and also my fellow jury members. If I have to, describe my experience in the process of going through the jury, the event, I would say that it's been one of the really transformational events for me, because in those 4 or 5 hours, we really didn't realize the passage of time. We are in the business of creating experiences. As you know, our brand Club Mahindra is all about experiences. And we have a credo called making every moment magical. When I look back to 7th August, when we did this process, I thought those moments were truly magical for me, because you know what? A big insight for me was that we were using logic to judge magic, because the stuff that we were seeing was magical, and we were trying to use logic to see magic, and it was difficult. And we also had a couple of moments where we had to tie for bronze as well as silver, and in fact in one case even gold. So I think one more insight that I got was that there is a huge work happening at the back end. For example, there were things like people were talking about deterministic insights leading to very sharp targeting, particularly in the area of the AI ML. I am noticing that the technology and digital is becoming a very heady combination. And I believe that we are second to none in the world. So we are world class. That was a big learning for me. And I found some friends of mine on the jury, so that was another payoff that I had, by the way. And I realized that I think IDMA is as a idea is fantastic. And you know what, in the last 130 140 days, we are all now multiple generations are now hooked onto the digital devices. Everybody is digital now, and they say that they after 66 days of following a particular routine, that becomes a habit. So we are now habituated to now virtual ceremonies, virtual juries, and looking at things in our homes with complete uncluttered mind, and looking at things. And I think we will be able to use both our right and left brain going forward in being able to judge the magical entries that have come through. Of course, let me not underplay the fact that I saw huge innovation, I saw impact, and I think I have personally learned a lot. It's been a great experience for me. Wishing all the winners, and most importantly, the organizers who did a fantastic job in creating this event. This could not have been possible had it not been for an extremely committed during this whole experience for us. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your time. And may I say that was the jury statement of the year, that we used logic to judge magic. Thank you so much again for your time and your participation. We have with us yet another esteemed jury member, Raj Naik from the House of Cheer. We'd like to hear from you, your experience of being a part of this jury. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? The beauty about this whole digital thing that has happened, I've learned a little about digital in the last 5 months, I can tell you. I was a tech dinosaur. Now I know how to get onto StreamYard, and I now know how to even do my show. I mean, my own live chat on digital.
Yeah.
So, and today it was, I just finished and I walked in here. And when I told my wife and daughter, I said, I have to go now. They said, where are you going? You just finished. I said, I have to go for an award ceremony. They're saying, but you're going to go like this for an award ceremony. I said, yeah, I'm just going to the bedroom. So that's what it is. The world has changed. It's an amazing thing. And you guys, as always, do a fabulous job. I must start with actually Priyanka, because she's hounded us for the jury meet. She's hounded us to make sure we are here today. And she's done a fabulous job of putting everything together. And what a fabulous jury, with the jury chair, Mr. Gopalan. So it was a fabulous thing. I don't have to say much about the process, because I think most of the jury members have spoken, and most of the people here are wanting to see who's getting the next award rather than listening to Raj Naik. But it was an excellent system that was created. What I liked was, it was for me also, it was first time judging on digital, where we were put into rooms, compartmentalized. There were different people, and yet we could talk to each other, and it was nice. And we had our own lunch break as well in between, so it was fun. And like I think one of your jury members, I can't remember the name now, just mentioned, yeah, there were good entries and there were a little to be desired entries, but that's a reality of life. But great effort, and congratulations to all the winners. And I must say big congratulations to all of those who had the courage and conviction to participate. In today's day and age, for people to take it lightly, but to say that no, this is something that we have to support. This is something that will it's an abnormal situation, and the organizers have gone ahead and decided to continue with the awards. Like somebody again mentioned, you could have delayed it, but you decided to go ahead with the awards. And first of all, a big clap to all those people who participated. I think without participation, it means nothing. And fantastic. And you, as usual, Gitika, you do a great job. I want to say belated happy birthday again to my friend Anurag. If this was yesterday, we would be celebrating here with champagne, I guess. And to Naval, Nazia, all my friends at Exchange for Media, thank you very much for having me as a part of the esteemed jury, and congratulations to all the winners. And those of you who haven't won, always remember, it's taking that first step. You've taken that first step. Your time will come. Thank you so much.
No, thank you really for all your time. And you could tell your family members that it's easy to go to award ceremonies now. I just need to put on a top, and what I'm wearing down below doesn't really matter. So
yeah, but this is amazing, and to see an award show and the virtual claps and things like that, it was amazing. It's beautiful. You should, I don't know if you can do it. If there's some way of, no, it's virtual. You can't get all your audiences together.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm telling you, this is going to go places. And as you said, we must thank all the participants out there who've sent in their entries despite the atmosphere that we're dealing with. And this just goes on to prove that man is different from everything and everybody else on earth, and life for us has to go on. Thank you once again, Raj Nair.
Jack Ma said it, he said, it's the man who's put stuff and made the computer, not the other way around.
Yes, and that is something we must remember.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next category. Everybody watching, stay tuned. Here come more awards your way. The next category, Search and PPC campaigns. May we have the winners, audiovisual, please.
First subcategory under Search and PPC Campaigns, Best SEO for Website, Universal Search Ranking and SEM Strategy. There are 2 joint bronze awards in this category, and the first bronze award goes to the second bronze award goes to the silver award goes to the gold award goes to
Hello everyone, I'm Kaushal Thakkar, founder of Infidigit. I'm really happy and proud to receive this award for the campaign Myntra achieves 270% increase in revenue for the kids category via organic search. I wish to express my gratitude to the Myntra team, especially to Amar, Harish, Achint, Akshay, Sachin, Rahul for giving us this opportunity to do the search engine optimization on the Myntra website since the last many years. Also, a big thanks to the event organizers and the jury members of Indian Digital Marketing Association 2020. Congratulations Infidigit team, this award is for you. Thank you.
Next subcategory is Best PPC. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
Redivided Gridstone's relocate into 18 proximity-based campaigns to drive optimal performance for users that
We would like to thank the event organizers, the jury of the Indian Digital Marketing Awards, for acknowledging and recognizing our work. We would be really glad to come back every year and share our work with everyone. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for this award. I'm truly honored to receive this on behalf of my entire team. I would like to thank everyone at IDMA and the jury members for this recognition. I would also like to congratulate all the winners and nominees across the categories. It's a privilege to be nominated and winning amongst this group. This award is a massive validation of Whirlwind's commitment to providing exceptional value for our clients by delivering campaigns that drive true business impact. Special thanks go out to Sarabjit, Ayush, and the entire Bridgestone team who put their faith in us and for working with us throughout the campaign as partners. Finally, I would like to congratulate and thank the entire team at Whirlwind, without whom this would have never been possible. Thank you again, and we look forward to another year of groundbreaking work.
We look forward to another year of groundbreaking work and all of us coming back and saying congratulations to all of you fabulously talented people out there. Okay, we have another jury message from another esteemed jury member for the winners. May I please invite on screen Satish Sharma, President Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa and whole-time Director, Apollo Tyres. We have a message from our esteemed jury, which we'll now play for you. He is Mr. Satish Sharma, President Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa and whole-time Director, Apollo Tyres. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next award category here, the special awards. And as we're doing, we will now play for you the winners audio whisper.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the next category of the evening, Special Awards. First subcategory is Best Integrated Media Campaign, Product Services. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
A big congratulations to my team and the team at RB India. This campaign that we did for Move Advanced Shell was very close to my heart because A, we were kind of going through the same sedentary pains and the lifestyle issues. B, it also coincided with the movement that PM Modi started off with Fit India movement. And what it helped us to was to garner a big engagement, a big crowdsourced engagement with about 10,000 plus videos coming through us. Not only the videos, there was about 3 billion plus engagements that we were able to drive through various campaigns across digital media. So The team at RB India, thank you for the opportunity, and the team at Exchange for Media IDMA 2020, thank you once again for giving us this big award. Thanks a ton. Cheers. Stay safe.
Next subcategory is Best Integrated Media Campaign Corporate. The Bronze Award goes to the Gold Award goes to Next subcategory is Best Integrated Media Campaign Social Cause. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to Next subcategory is Best Integrated Media Campaign, Films, TV shows, news shows, events. The Bronze Award goes to
India. This is the game, Triple H. WWE is proud to recently announce the first ever talent tryout.
The Silver Award goes to
Pooja was none other than Ayushmann Khurrana, aka our dream girl. But you, sneaky bastard. This quirky builder.
The Gold Award goes to
The response was astounding. Our communication had reached millions of households across the country. Just like the silver screen, it created magic.
Next subcategory is Most Effective Use of Digital Analytics. The Bronze Award goes to
This is so soft. Well, the AI-based campaign was a huge success in helping them discover a popular era. It was named
The Silver Award goes to
Lifestyle had to invent a new way to engage with their edge member. This is when the client and the agency brainstormed and created the hyper-personalized.
Next subcategory is Best Media Campaign Gender Parity. The Bronze Award goes to the Silver Award goes to the Gold Award goes to
इस तरह को क्या पता कि चलाने वाला लड़का या क्या? चल बेटा फटाफट
Next subcategory is Campaign with the Best ROI. The Bronze Award goes to
Those did contribute to more than half of overall purchases. A considerable 20% purchases came from Tier 3 cities and beyond. Even though
Next subcategory is Most Effective Use of AI, Data Analytics, Machine Learning for a Campaign and Business Optimization. There are 2 joint Bronze Awards in this category. The first bronze award goes to
India. This is the game, Triple H. WWE is proud to recently announce the first ever talent trial.
The second bronze award goes to
At first, we optimized the customer and prospect database by creating 3 machine learning models using regression algorithms: logistic regression, decision tree.
The silver award goes to
Nurturing our preference. B. Driving incremental conversions with upsell and cross-sell opportunities. C. Reducing cost of campaign optimizations.
Next subcategory is the best use of AR or VR. The bronze award goes to the silver award goes to the gold award goes to
Hi everybody. So the aim to sensitize and foster a positive social impact, we at Reliance Fresh and Smart launched Oh My Ganesha, a digital campaign on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. We revisited the festival from an entirely different perspective. We highlighted the modern day societal issues in the form of an abahan or a prayer. With innocent children actually singing the prayer, we wanted to provoke fresh thoughts in the mind of the people. We urge people to act smartly for a better future. We have become a part of our consumers' daily routine, and being a part of their celebration has been really special for us. Thank you, Exchange for Media Group, for acknowledging our efforts and encouraging us to create such thought-provoking content. Thank you.
Next subcategory is best use of experiential tech for digital and physical experiences. The bronze award goes to the silver award goes to Next subcategory is breakthrough technology as a part of a campaign. The bronze award goes to the silver award goes to Next subcategory is location-based or proximity marketing campaign of the year. The bronze award goes to
with Google reporting a 500% growth in near-me mobile searches and Bidstone's dealer GMV data reflecting the same trend. We bid on
the silver award goes to
Wow. Congratulations to all the winners in those categories there. Very, many congratulations. We have with us Anusha Shetty, Chairperson and Group CEO, Great Group India. We'd like to hear from you, please.
Hi. Hi, Geetika. Pleasure to be here.
Hi.
Thank you for having me. Congratulations to all the winners. Honestly, I loved being on this jury. I love being on jury. One, because I think it's a great learning platform personally for me. Every time I walk out of a jury meet, I think I've learned so much more. So I should say thank you. Thank you for all your submissions, because all your submissions did teach me something more than what I did, really. As I was looking at all the entries, I just realized the digital medium and ideas and what we're doing has evolved so much. Suddenly, the benchmarks are much higher. It is not so easy to win awards anymore because a lot of it has been tested, tried, and with benchmarks being so high, expectations from submissions are so much more higher. So as jury, I think we were a little bit strict with these guidelines between ourselves. We chose to only choose winners who had touched certain benchmarks. So all you winners out there, you should take great pride of your wins and enjoy this limelight around you, because you've done something unique and therefore you're enjoying this glory, really. Exchange for Media and Geetika, you were awesome. I love the way you managed the jury meet. I think it was seamless and beautiful. A special acknowledgement to Priyanka for actually making a great effort to ensure that we're all together on the stage today. Thank you, Geetika, and you're fabulous. Bye-bye. You're on mute. We couldn't hear you, by the way. Geetika, you're on mute.
Thank you for all the time that you've given us. And thank you for your participation. We value your time. And we're heading now into the most special part of the awards. Please stay with us. You also
Thank you,
don't go away.
Geetika.
Please stay with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Geetika.
All right, let's move towards the next award. The Hall of Fame Awards. The award for the IDMA Persons of the Year 2020 is given to those who've shown exceptional contribution towards the growth of an organization, in particular in the year 2019. Wow. To announce the winner, could we have the audio visual, please?
The IDMA Persons of the Year 2020 goes to Amod Malviya, co-founder Udaan. Sujit Kumar, co-founder Udaan. Vaibhav Gupta, co-founder Udaan.
Wow, the IDMA Persons of the Year. I'm going to do a little check there and ask my team there, do we have any one of them who joined us here? So we'd like to hear from them. Amod Malviya, co-founder Udaan, Sujit Kumar, co-founder Udaan, and Vaibhav Gupta, co-founder Udaan. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Geetika. Pleasure to be here. So thank you, Exchange for Media. So the co-founders could not join us. They tried to log in, they logged in, and they had to drop off because of something else that was on schedule. So I'm Meghna Bangalore. I lead communications at Udaan. And on behalf of all the co-founders, I would like to thank Exchange for Media for honoring us with this special award. It is an honor to receive this title on a platform that honors India's most innovative marketing brands. Thank you, Exchange for Media and Anurag Batra for acknowledging Udaan's work in the MSME space and encouraging us to continue empowering small, medium businesses with technology. Thank you.
Thank you for all the great work that all of you do, and Meghna, thank you for joining us and conveying their thanks and congratulations to all of them. Please convey our congratulations to them.
Sure, I will. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right, the next special award is Best Digital and Social Advertiser of the Year. And to announce the winner, could we have the film, please?
Next special award of the year is the Best Digital and Social Media Advertiser of the Year 2020. And the winner is Asian Paints.
On behalf of Asian Paints, I would like to thank IDMA 2020 for conferring the highest excellence award, which is the Best Digital and Social Media Advertiser of the Year 2020. We are very, very excited in terms of not only making it to the top 10, but also getting the Best Advertiser Award for the year. At Asian Paints, we've always believed that innovation is the key in terms of spreading our digital footprint in order to maximize our customer reach and also to add value to the brand. Once again, I would like to thank Exchange for Media for conducting IDMA 2020 and really propelling digital innovation in a big way. Thank you.
That's a big one you've gotten for yourselves. Congratulations, Asian Paints. Congratulations to the entire team. And next up, we have another special award, Best Digital and Social Media Agency of the Year. To announce the winner, can we watch the film, please?
The next special award for the Best Digital and Social Media Agency of the Year 2020. And the winner is Madison Media.
I'm delighted to know that Madison has been anointed the Digital and Social Media Agency at the prestigious IDMA Awards. This recognition comes on the back of over 80 digital awards that we have won in the last few months. I must say that industry has been slow to recognize Madison's prowess in digital, but now it seems to be doing so with a vengeance. Many clients too have recognized Madison's digital expertise and have placed their business with us, and many of our existing clients are adding digital and giving responsibility to Madison for digital too. Thank you very much, IDMA and the jury.
The IDMA has been a very happy hunting ground for us. Last year we won the Mobile Media Agency of the Year, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be the Digital Media Agency of the Year this year. All congratulations to our clients and teams at Teams, Asian Paints, Viacom and Tata Salt. Thank you for this.
Congratulations to the Madison Media team. Yet another award in your entire truckload of awards you've been winning over the past few months. All right then, those were the awards this year at IDMA 2020. Once again, I'd like to say congratulations to all the winners. More importantly, congratulations to everybody who participated. When we all in a few years look back at these times, we will say those were the best of times and those were the worst of times. And we will come to the conclusion that we, humans of this earth, made it the best of times, because that's what differentiates us from the rest of species on this earth. So everyone out there, keep the excellence going. We'll make it through this. Hashtag we shall overcome. I'll see you at the next IDMA Awards next year. Until then, go out there, create magic, and we'll judge you with logic. Good night.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, TechMunch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.